Hey, what's going on, guys? Tempo Line here, commentating on Pietro's games. We are underway here at the Grenke Open, and the live board is currently not updating, but I'm going to update you guys based on what I see in the live position. Yeah, they still have not. They're just putting up round 3 right now, so we will get that for all of you guys in a second. Let me know, can you all hear me good? How's it going, everybody? We are hyped. It looks like it is a Sicilian defense and an Alpine Sicilian. So give me 1 second for all of these boards to update and we will get you guys underway. Here, let me even do this. Let me open chess.com and update you guys as we are playing because the live board is not updating. But don't worry, we are not going to let this stop us. Let's quickly make an analysis. Okay, we have e4, c5, c3 on the board, and pawn to e6. I don't even know who Pietro's playing. I will update all of you guys with the relevant information once I have it. I don't know why the live broadcast link is not working, ideally, but it is okay. Don't worry about it. We can see we have a camera view right there. Both players seem very confident. Pietro, again, 1 out of 2 points in the tournament. This is round 3 of the Grenke Open and should be a fun one for sure. This is going to be a longer game. But for those of you who don't know, my name is Tempo Lion. I stream on YouTube, Twitch, stuff like that. So just hopping in to help out with the stream. And now we have the aggressive d4 being played by Pietro's opponent. So, but Pietro is prepared. He plays pawn to d5. Wow. Very sharp system here in the Alpine variation of the Sicilian. Let me check if they have updated the games yet on chess.com. No, they have not. Wow. That's okay. We're going to keep watching through the live board, making sure that you guys can see all of the live moves right here. And Pietro's opponent has played pawn to e5. So this is a pretty good idea in order to get connect 4 right here. And you always want to have this strong center against this kind of setup with black. I actually play the Caro-Kann, which gets me a pretty similar setup. But here, Pietro decides to play knight to c6, a very common idea because you're deciding to put pressure on this d4 pawn with c takes or knight takes in the future. And of course it's defended pretty well, but in the future this could become a weakness. And Pietro's opponent quickly plays knight to f3. They should both be in preparation. And Pietro responds with bishop to d7. This looks like a very common French position, actually. You can get this position out of the French defense. But again, this was a Sicilian. So I think Pietro is up a tempo compared to what would have happened in the French. Or at least if this happened in the Caro-Kann, he would definitely be up a tempo. In the French, I think it would be the same position. And yeah, he's sipping on some coffee. I think that's coffee. It might be water. Probably coffee. But yeah, we're getting ourselves underway. You can see a bunch of streamers seated in a row over here. It's kind of like the streamer row at Grenke Chess. That is hype. I know that is Rachel over there behind him. And yeah, should be an exciting game for sure. His opponent has played a move, bishop to d3. So I'm updating the live board. Hopefully chess.com will put the live board over here for us to update. That is so annoying. Why are they not doing it? I don't know. But what do we do when something doesn't go our way? We adapt, we figure it out, we make sure that we have all of the content for you guys. How we doing in the chat today? YouTube chat, Twitch chat, how we all doing? Do we think Pietro's going to get a dub today? His opponent is probably a little bit higher rated than him. C takes d4 on the board by Pietro, still in theory. Let me turn on the evaluation for all you guys and the lines so that we see the top engine moves. Yeah, position is still equal, completely equal right now. So maybe his opponent did not go for the most testing line because, you know, white should have a slight advantage out of the opening. But computer is saying this is dead zero. So, but remember, just because a position is equal doesn't mean the game's going to end in a draw. We just started here, ladies and gentlemen. It is move number 6 of the Grenke Open round 3. And I see a bunch of people saying you guys recognize my Beat the Trash Talker series on YouTube. That is hype. Let's go. I appreciate all the support on the vids. For those of you who know me, for those of you who do not, nice to meet you. I'm super happy to be here today commentating on Pietro's stream. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay, if the live stream is working out. And Pietro's opponent plays a pawn sacrifice castles. Wow. So now Pietro can take this pawn on c3. And he'll technically be up a pawn. But the point is that if he takes this pawn, his opponent will get very quick development with knight takes c3. And then it is going to be Pietro that is up a pawn. But white has a little bit of a lead in development. So it is going to be an interesting fight. Let's see if Pietro decides to do that. He could also just ignore this and just develop either his bishop or his knight. And allow his opponent to take back and say, hey, like, I do not want to take your pawn in the center of the board. So, yeah. Let's see what happens here. Your video with Sadistic Tushi was great. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I don't think Sadistic Tushi is playing in this tournament, but, yeah, super nice guy. Super funny. Super fun to be around. I'll tell you guys a little bit more stories as we get into it. We got 15 viewers right now across all platforms. So that is hype. Hopefully we could get some more people very soon. I posted on my YouTube that I would be streaming here. I know I got 4 viewers in my chat for sure on Twitch. So hello everybody tuning in to my Twitch chat as well. But yeah, let's see. A pawn is a pawn, but at the same time, it's just the opening, so we're not sure. And Pietro seems like he just played queen to b6. If you guys see me looking down at the board, it's because I'm trying to see exactly what moves they're playing based on the live feed. Because, oh, it looks like we have the live boards, maybe? Oh, no, we don't. They have put the live boards from the previous round. Are we serious right now? Yeah, this is the wrong thing, chess.com. But, okay, they're still updating it. But now we know his opponent. His opponent is somebody named Johannes, and he's a 1930 from Germany, as long as this is the right pairing. And so, yeah, his opponent is a little bit higher rated than him, 1930. But that's nothing to be afraid of. Pietro definitely has a good chance. I think his position is pretty solid. He still seems like he's ready in his preparation. He's still drinking his coffee. And his opponent plays rook to e1, so he's insisting. It's like these guys are almost, staring at each other, trying to figure out who is going to bite first. Is Pietro going to take the pawn, or is his opponent, Johannes, going to take this pawn? It's like a game of chicken. Who is going to be the first one to sell? Well, not really selling, Even if you take, the position's still fine. It's not bad, but Swiss versus Germany. Yes, very historical battle here at the Grenke Chess Open. I'm pretty sure this tournament is taking place in Europe. So, yeah, a lot of European players here. Hopefully, I can play in this tournament one day. I will tell you guys the time control as soon as the live board updates. I'm pretty sure it's 90 minutes for each player, and then you get some increment, and then after you play 40 moves, you get an extra 30 minutes on the clock. I believe that sounds about right. Yeah, they really got to fix this, because all of the other boards, well, okay, not all of them, but some of them, for the other streamers, have updated. Like, see, like these ones. Like for Luca Pontiroli, I don't know who that is, but yeah, for his, it updated. Pietro, this was his game from last round, so I don't know why it's not updating, but it happens. So yeah, Pietro is currently thinking right now. After his opponent plays rook e1, does he want to take this pawn? I don't know. It seems like Pietro has started the first big, maybe not big, I don't know, we'll see how long it takes, but the first think of the game. Is he going to take this pawn, or is he going to develop his pieces? Like, he could play bishop c5 in order to add another defender of the pawn so that his opponent cannot recapture. There's a lot of options here, a lot of good options. We're still in the opening, so nothing too scary can happen. I mean, unless, you blunder a piece, but Pietro's a very, very strong player, so he's not going to do that, hopefully. But yeah, the best move according to the engine is knight g to e7, but very similar to a5, a6. All of these moves keep a slight edge for white, but plus 0.25 is basically nothing out of the opening. So yeah, well, we will see what happens here in this game. Oh, sorry, what just happened? Oh, I'm opening up the live stream. I guess you guys can see me in 2 time now. All right, why is this board not updating? What is going on, chess.com? Let's lock in here. All right, I see some people are adding me as friends. Yeah, feel free to add me as a friend on chess.com. I add everybody back. My username is just Tempo Lion. I should probably add something that like says my name under my webcam, right? It should be fine. I might do that in a bit. While we are waiting for Pietro to make his move, he's playing well. Pietro, I believe, is from Switzerland, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody can correct me in the chat. I'm sure his chat knows him a little bit better. But Pietro's super nice guy. He asked me to commentate round 3 for him of the Grenke Open, and I'm here helping him out. Hopefully you guys will enjoy the stream. This should be a fun one. And yeah, let me know if you guys want me to add some music. Would y'all like some music? Let me know in the chat. Yes music or no music? What do we think? And it's going to be like chill music. It's not like anything like, you know, no like super rap or like anything too crazy. Just a little bit of vibes music. What do we think? Let me know. We got 17 viewers right now. Let's go. We are hype, trying to beat this opponent who is a 1900. Hopefully this should be a dub. Pietro's playing with the black pieces. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to flip the board so that we know that Pietro's on this side until chess.com updates this. Yeah, like chess.com, they like the time is going. So like we can see Pietro's time right here. But unfortunately, this is his position from the last game. Like the board has not updated itself, you know? It's updating the time but not the board, which is, I don't know what's going on, but you know, this is outside of my control. We are recreating the board over here in the analysis, so, you know, apologies to you guys that the live board is not updating, but, you know, I'm trying my best to keep it up. All right, yeah, we'll turn on some music. Let's do it for some vibes. I use this music when I'm streaming as well. I just recently got into streaming on Twitch. I used to stream on YouTube, and I might still do that in the future, but this one we're connected on Twitch because I want to do a little bit more on Twitch. I'm trying to separate it. You know, I make a lot of my shorts on YouTube and then trying to stream more on Twitch. We got 20 viewers right now from all 3 of the channels combined. Let's go. That is hype. We got a bunch of people tuning in, watching Pietro playing against Johannes from Germany, 1900 rated player. I personally do not know him, but he seems like a pretty tough guy. They are both 1 out of 2 in this tournament. Pietro had 2 draws in his first 2 rounds, but he was saving slightly worse positions. So Pietro is kind of developing that clutch factor you have to have as a chess player. You know, it's very important to get those half points, especially when you're losing. Can you see the time or no? I mean, like, if I just go here, like, you can see how much time he's spending. He spent over, like, 6 minutes on this move, but the DGT board is actually not updating over here for some reason. So hopefully they fix that. Yeah, I'm seeing for a lot of other people, it's not updating either. Like, Hannah, it's not updating. Like, this person, it's updating, but this one, it's... This game that we care about, it's not updating, so... Let me get the glasses on, you know, gotta lock in. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for subbing. I hope you're excited to watch this match between Pietro and his opponent, 1900. In the previous stream, the commentator put unlucky opponent, so I guess this guy's Pietro's next unlucky opponent because he is paired against him. So yeah, let's see what happens. Let me know if y'all have any questions in the chat. Super free to just talk with you guys. Should be chill vibes, and then we're gonna bring the energy once there's some hype moments in the game. Right now, we're just in the opening. Pietro's playing fine, but his opponent really wants to sacrifice this pawn. So now Pietro has to decide, will he take the pawn or will he just develop his pieces? Definitely an exciting game. Yes, I agree. Very excited to see what happens. Tempo Lion, bro, I love your videos. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. Trying my best to get as much content as I can out for you guys. And just trying to have fun with it. You know, my real goal is just to make people smile. Get people into chess. You know, get them as passionate as I am as well. You know, like chess has been, you know, a really fun part of my life. You know, I've made a lot of friends along the way. And I hope that, you know, I can keep spreading the love for chess around the community. So that's what I'm hoping to do. Okay, Pietro has taken this pawn. Wow, so he has taken his opponent's sacrifice. I mean, I'm assuming his opponent's going to take back with the knight. So Pietro is up a pawn currently. Yes, he takes back with the knight. But, you know, white has quicker development, right? There's some sacrifices that can occur on d5. He's already castled. Pietro still has a couple moves to castle. His bishop is going to come out, maybe attack the queen. Ooh, not there. He's going to attack the queen or come out here. He doesn't mind sacrificing another pawn because he's going to get rook b1 and take here, and then Pietro's king is still in the center. So I think his opponent is playing a very bold strategy. But if Pietro just plays calm moves and develops, it should be fine. Are you from the USA? Yes, I am from the USA. 1776 is when the US was founded, I'm pretty sure, right? The Declaration of Independence and stuff like that. It's when the US was officially made into a country. How much do you rate Pietro's position? Yeah, like I said, it's just the opening, so it's too soon to tell. But computer says white is slightly better, but you know, in every opening pretty much it's gonna say that. And yeah, Pietro is up a pawn right now. I like that. And he's just played the move pawn to a6. So why did he play this move? He wants to prevent any knight b5 ideas. And maybe in the future, if he moves his queen, he can push the pawn on b5. So a6, I think, is a very positive move. But also, I think he's got to develop his pieces. Like, I think knight g to e7 was maybe a little bit better, or bishop e7, or bishop c5. Bishop c5, maybe not, because knight a5. But then you have bishop takes f2. So some interesting lines here for sure. Please do more. Learn from the trash talker, not beat the trash talker. Yeah, I appreciate the advice. Yeah. I'd like doing a mix of both, you know? I'm just trying to have fun with it right now. I only got started with making content, like, I mean, I have been making content for, like, you know, a pretty decent amount of time, but the chess stuff I've only started for like 3-4 months, so I'm still trying to get the hang of it, have fun with it, but yeah, it's going pretty well so far. Haven't heard of you, but you seem chill. Hey, I appreciate that. Love Pietro, though? Yeah, of course. Gotta love Pietro. W Mans. Hopefully he gets the dub today. His opponent is thinking after his last move, pawn to a6. Let's just check one more time if the stream is updated. No, it is not. Honestly, maybe the link that Pietro gave me is no good. So in a second, I might try troubleshooting that. Could he play bishop c5 and threaten the king? Well, let's look. Instead of a6, if he plays bishop c5. Yeah, the computer actually suggests that his opponent does the thing that I was thinking about, knight a4. Attacking the queen and the bishop. And now you can't really take this because after king f1, you can't take the rook because the queen is still under attack. And the queen has no safe squares to defend the bishop. So after you move, now the king just takes your bishop and you're down a piece. So yeah, bishop c5 was no good. a6 was a better move, which Pietro played in the game. It's USA's 250th birthday? Oh, really? I don't know if the math adds up, right? 1776, 200 would be 1996 plus 50. No, it's not. Oh, wait. Yes, it is. 1776 plus 50. Yeah, 250. Yeah, wow. Interesting. I didn't even know that. Yeah, very soon, July 4th. Oh, wait, are you the Trash Talker Shorts guy? Yeah, of course. That is me. Here, maybe you'll recognize me a little bit better if I, like, put the hat on, you know what I mean? Got the hat on in a bunch of videos, doing some trash talk. His opponent played a move. What did his opponent play? I can't see what he did. I think he played bishop e3. Wow, bishop e3 is a bold move. Attacking the queen. So he wants Pietro to take another pawn. His opponent is crazy. He's sacrificing 2 pawns, but the computer actually approves of it. So I think this is some prep. So hopefully Pietro does not fall into this prep. This looks very scary after queen takes b2 and knight a4. I don't know if Pietro is going to survive this very long if he actually takes this pawn. Sadistic Tushi is also streaming and he's beating kids. He's a great streamer as well. I played against him. I had a match against him actually on his channel. So yeah, you should definitely check that out. Alright, let me try and update this. Instead of using the streamer link, I'm just going to use the...
that Javok here might make a mistake, but c5 wasn't that moment.
And very good question. Very good question in chat. What if...
So he's climbing up.
No, it's still not updated. What is going on? Chess.com, lock in, guys. Pietro is the underdog here. Yes, his opponent is 1900. And his opponent is playing a very, very aggressive opening. So this should be a fun game for sure. But I hope Pietro does not lose quickly, because these are the types of positions you can lose very quickly if you don't know what you're doing. You recently watched my cowboy short. Hey, I appreciate that. That one was fun to film. Yeah, you watched Sadistic Tushi versus me. I got flagged. Yeah, first game I got flagged. But you should watch the second game. We had another game. And I was winning in the first game as well, which kind of sucks. But, you know, he's very fast. He's like 2600 blitz. So, yeah, he was a little bit faster than me in the end. But, yeah, I was winning. Is Pietro underdog? Yeah. Why is knight h4 a threat? I'm assuming you mean knight a4. Well, let's analyze. If Pietro takes this pawn, knight a4 is a threat because now he's attacking the queen, and the queen can't run back this way, right? Because of the bishop and the knight. So he has to go somewhere like queen a3. This is actually the only move to survive. Any other move, like queen b4, is already like almost losing. So queen a3 is kind of holding. But then there are some threats, like he can even play bishop c1, that's the second best move, or just like rook b1, attacking this pawn, because like you can't really take this, because then rook a1, and now the queen's gonna get trapped. Yeah, the queen is literally trapped here. So that is why knight a4 is a big threat. But Pietro seems to have played bishop c5. So he didn't play this move, instead he played bishop to c5. Wait, what? Did he play bishop c5? Guys, are we missing something? Because this just looks like a blunder. Knight a4 wins the game, no? Like, almost? Pietro's only idea here is to sacrifice the queen. Maybe we are missing a move. We might be missing a move. I'm trying to look as close as I can, but... You know what, here, let's do this real quick. Let's make this bigger so that we can see the position. Okay, there is a pawn on a3. Okay, so the last move was not bishop e3, it was pawn a3. Okay, never mind. His opponent did not play bishop a3. That is the difference. Alright, see, sometimes you gotta do that to check it out if the chess.com stream is not working. His opponent played a3. This was the move that his opponent played. And now, Pietro's playing bishop c5. The point is, now knight a4 probably doesn't work. Because if his opponent goes knight a4, now you could take on f2. What is the difference? Now, if king f1, you have queen a7. This was Pietro's idea. And now the queen hides and defends the bishop, and Pietro will be up another pawn. So that is why knight a4 is probably not the best move here. His opponent probably should have played bishop c5. Yeah, he did not blunder, guys. Sorry. He did not blunder. His opponent actually played a3, but I think bishop e3 was better from his opponent. Bishop e3 would have been a better move. Like, I thought bishop e3 because that's what it looked like on the board. And also bishop e3 is low-key like a smart move. But his opponent didn't play that, so his opponent might be messing this advantage up a little bit. Pietro's playing well. Pietro's now almost completely equal according to the computer. Could you explain the moves in detail? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Bishop c5, he played this move. Why? You always want to think about what is your threat in the position. He's threatening to take this pawn on f2, right? Because he's creating a battery between the queen and the bishop. A battery is when you have a queen and a strong piece, such as a bishop or a rook, together on a file or targeting a certain piece in your opponent's position. So they're both targeting this pawn, and now white only has one defender. So white has to defend this pawn somehow or counterattack. We just looked at the counterattack, but the counterattack doesn't work because he has check and then moving the queen away while still defending the bishop. So now his opponent, his best move is queen d2, but this is a very hard move to find. I don't think his opponent's going to play the best move here. His opponent might play like, oh, bishop e3 would be a blunder because Pietro has d4, forking the bishop and the knight, so that is tactics. Another move his opponent could play is rook f1, but this is pretty dumb because he just moved. And why doesn't queen c2 work? Well, let's look at queen c2. If you go queen c2, now Pietro's knight d4. Trading off this knight, and it seems like he has played a move. But this is going to be better for black. And his opponent played queen to e2, which is a mistake according to the computer, guys. So Pietro is in a better position. Why is he better? Because now he can either play knight to d4 with the same idea as before, that we're trading off this strong knight, putting our bishop in the center. Now this is a weakness, this is a weakness, and we're still threatening this. So we have a good position. Or he can just play knight g to e7, and his position is strategically better because all of his pieces are developed. His rook is going to get on this half-open file. He's going to castle his king to safety. And Pietro's position is perfectly fine. So I think his opponent really missed an idea. He should have gone bishop e3, sacrificing another pawn. But it's very difficult to play something like that, in my opinion. So now Pietro's thinking, after his opponent has played queen to e2, which is a slight mistake. Yeah, guys, I don't know what's happening with the live board. Like, this is... I don't know. But he is playing against somebody named Johannes Denz. 1930 from Germany. 1930 from Germany. The French is such a great opening. This is actually not the French. This happened in an Alpine Sicilian. e4, c5, c3, e6. So it transposed into a French because Pietro plays this e6 line. Then after d4, d5, e5. And now we're pretty much in a pure French at this point. Knight f3, bishop d7, and then c takes d4, and now his opponent sacrificed a pawn. Pietro did not take it, but then on the next move he decided to take it. And here we were talking about how his opponent should have played bishop e3, sacrificing another pawn, because when you sacrifice one pawn you have to be willing to go all in and sacrifice another pawn. But his opponent played a little bit more safe, and because of that, now Pietro has the advantage with either knight to d4 or knight g e7. Even rook c8 has the advantage, but Pietro is slightly better out of the opening. So let's get some W's in the chat. W opening from Pietro. Very good job. It transposes into the French. Yes, you know your openings. Checking checkers. You are right. Now Pietro has played something. He has played one of the best moves in the position. Knight to d4. Knight to d4 is a great move. Why? Because we want to trade off this strong knight. This knight, especially in these positions, is very strong. For example, look at this bishop. This bishop's strong if we're castled with ideas of knight g5. This knight is also holding this e5 pawn. So by trading it off, we are removing one of white's best pieces. And we are getting the bishop onto a great square to attack this pawn, attack there, and there's no good way for white to get rid of it. Because look, if they play something like bishop e3, now we could just take. And after queen takes e3, we have queen takes e3, and his opponent doesn't have rook takes because of d4, so he has to take with a pawn. And now his opponent has 2 doubled pawns. This is a little bit weak. So like if knight e7, why can't you play e4? Well, then Pietro plays d4. He's not going to undouble the pawns, and now he can easily just defend this pawn. And these 2 pawns are super, super ugly for his opponent. So let's go back to the live position. His opponent is now thinking after knight to d4. His opponent takes the knight, as we can see in the live stream. Pietro is almost certainly going to take this. Yeah, pretty much no other moves. Alright, we got a question in the chat. Bro, I'm only 1,500. Hey, don't say only 1,500. 1,500 is a very solid rating. I'm sure you're doing great. Please give me some advice. I follow all the checklists. I do puzzles 3 a day. Watch YouTubers, Gotham Chess, you, Pietro, and others. Hey, I appreciate you added me in there. Let's go. Can't improve. Okay, here's what I'll say. Here's the #1 thing that I think helps people around your rating to get better. Go on chess.com, sit down next to your computer or whatever you play with, and put an actual chessboard in front of you. So like if you have a live chessboard at home, set up the actual pieces, the physical pieces, and then on your computer have a game on chess.com and make the time control 15 plus 10. 15 plus 10, so 15 minutes, and on every single move you have 10 seconds of increment. And so what you want to do is you play that game and also take notation. So pretend you're in an actual tournament game. Get a notation sheet or a piece of paper, whatever. Actually pretend to make the move on the board, take notation, and make the move on the computer. And pretend you're actually locking in a tournament game. Because a lot of the training that we do, it's very distracted. You know, we're just playing a game. Maybe we're with our friends. We're doing tactics just when we have time. But if you really want to get better at chess, that is the #1 way that I went from 1,000 to 2,000. I literally just played games, and then afterwards, after you play that game where you're seriously focused, you're seriously locked in, you analyze the game with the computer, either through game review or just the simple analysis, like on the right side where you see the analysis, and figuring out, hey, what is my best move? And I would even recommend for you, take a pen or a different color of what you use your notation and write, this is what I should have done. Instead of playing on move 5, knight f3, the best move according to the computer was actually castling long or something like that. I don't know. So that is a very, very good way if you want to get better at chess. Just analyze your games and play more. That is my best advice to you. And of course, you know, keep watching, keep being interested, because at the end of the day, if you're having fun with it, you will keep getting better. If you have fun and you seriously focus and lock in when you're practicing, you will get better. Also, if you want to get better, you probably have to do more than 3 puzzles a day. I can't lie. 3 puzzles a day is not much. Like, you should probably just lock in for like 30 minutes and do as many puzzles as you can in 30 minutes. That would be my best advice. Rather than doing every day, maybe, you know, if you don't have time for that, just try and pick a couple days where you have 30 minutes to do as many tactics as you can. I would highly recommend that. So that would be my best advice, especially if you're 1,500. I don't know if that's 1,500 over the board or 1,500 chess.com, but it doesn't matter. My advice applies either way. How long have you been streaming? We have been streaming for 48 minutes now. So this is a classical game. Pietro is playing against a 1,900 rated player from Germany. Very strong. But hopefully he can get the dub. He is in a better position right now. Why Pietro look kind of different? I don't know. I think he looks the same to me. I don't know. Maybe he got a haircut. You know, he's ready for the tournament. He's playing. He's locked in right now. I mean, he's looking off to the side right now. I don't know what he's probably just worried about the stream, making sure it's all good. But we're all good in the neighborhood. We're all chilling here in the chat. Love talking to all of you. Bro, my rating is 900. Could you please help me to increase rating? Yeah, I say if you're 900, which is a little bit below 1,500, I would say you still should play games, but the number one thing you have to realize is when you're below 1,000, what you want to do is you have to practice tactics. So do the puzzles on chess.com. Do as many tactics as you can. And also learn an opening. With white and with black. Learn one opening. That's all I'm asking. I'm not telling you to learn every single opening. Learn one opening like pretty well. Watch like, you know, a course on YouTube, anything like that. There's so much free stuff. You don't have to pay for anything. I will probably start making some educational videos as well on my channel, but there's other people like Gotham Chess. I know there's a lot of GMs that make content where you could learn from. So watch their videos on an opening that interests you. Whatever opening you want, whether that's the Caro Con, whether that's, you know, the London system, whatever looks interesting to you. As long as you enjoy it, learn a little bit about the opening, and you will see how the more games you play in that opening, the more you will start to understand the tactics and the strategies in that opening, and you'll be able to play better. Hey, Tigran, what's up? The GOAT is commentating. Hey, I appreciate the love and support. Thank you, bro. Checking checkers, thanks for the advice. Love from Mars. But I hit the daily limit after 3 puzzles. I don't have a premium membership. That is fine. What I would say is there is a lot of free resources online. Like, you don't have to use the puzzles on chess.com. There are a bunch of other websites that have free puzzles as well. I mean, I support chess.com, so I would personally recommend, like, I think a membership is worth it on chess.com. But if you do not want to pay, Lee Chess also has a bunch of free puzzles, and also on other websites, just looking at YouTube videos like, hey, find the best move in the position. Those things are tactics too. So like, just pause the video and try and find it. So all of that stuff is free for you to use. But if not, if you're really serious about getting better at chess, especially once you're at 1500, I think it is worth it for you to get even just like a gold membership, like the first type of membership. I believe it's like $5 a month. But yeah, if you don't want to pay, that's okay too. There's a bunch of free resources as well, so. Okay, I think his opponent has played a move, guys. His opponent has played the move king to h1. Wow, interesting. So why did he play this move? I believe that if Pietro takes this pawn. Oh, I'm hearing something. Oh, this is still not updated. Guys, they really gotta update this. If you take this pawn, his opponent will play rook f1, sacrificing another pawn, and now he's claiming that you don't really have a good move. Because if you just go back, now queen h5, and the attack starts. And it's hard to play g6 because queen f3. And now you have a lot of holes in your position. So let's see what Pietro decides to do. King h1 is actually a pretty smart move. He's basically getting out of this pin and allowing himself to either play f4 or rook f1 on the next move. Pietro's best move is knight e7, but it's hard to find. Like, instinctively, you want to take this pawn. You have an over-the-board rating? Yes, I am 2150 USCF. My FIDE rating is around 1900, but again, I live in the US, so a lot of the tournaments I play are in the US, and they're not FIDE rated. So my FIDE rating would probably be even higher. Probably like 2000 around FIDE. On chess.com, I'm like 2350 right now. When will you play against Tushi again? Hopefully soon. We'll see. The video that we did originally did pretty well. It has over 100k views on YouTube, so I might have to hit him up and ask if he wants to do another one. But maybe like, I'll hit him up like maybe at the end of this month, and we'll see if we can get something going. I might do some other collabs as well. We'll see. Maybe with Pietro. Would y'all want to see me collab with Pietro? Or maybe with like, I don't know, some other chess streamers, YouTubers, content creators. Super hype. And again, I just started content creation, so I'm still like getting into the groove of things, but I appreciate all the support. What is Pietro's record? He is 1 out of 2. He drew his first 2 games, and this is round number 3. Here's what I'll do. Instead of going to the streamer tab, I'm just going to try and find him in the open. And then maybe this will.
Yes. Then white can play something like d3. Wait a second. Computer disliked g6. So
Computer probably wants to take.
he wants to take and this the bishop g5. Wow. Really?
No, wait, he doesn't want to take either? Or does he want to take?
Well, okay, just to highlight
Oh,
that.
sorry
yeah,
if you guys can hear the other.
That this is a resource, but apparently computer.
Let me pause that. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to find him here. Yeah, I did like control find as well. I think he's not gonna show up here because he's a streamer. Yeah, because he's gonna be in the streamer tab. But I was hoping that maybe if the game was here as well, it would like actually show him. But yeah, like you see how it's not updating his game. Like it's time is updating, but the actual game is the one from last round that Pietro played. So I don't know, it's probably a glitch. But Pietro plays the best move, ladies and gentlemen, knight to e7. So he does not take this pawn. But now I believe his opponent's going to play f4. Makes sense, right? Because now your king's out of the way, you should play f4. But Pietro is slightly better here. Computer says almost... Oh, sorry. Pietro says that he is almost -1. Not Pietro. The computer says that Pietro is like -1 here. So, great position. You play in 27 different chess websites? That's a lot, but I'm assuming then you shouldn't have trouble finding any free puzzles. If you have 27 different chess websites. I don't even know 27 different chess websites. Will you play offline tournaments like Tushy and Pietro? Yes, I will. I play over-the-board tournaments a lot. It's just I've never streamed one. So let me know if you guys would like to see me do that. I would probably have to message chess.com and figure out how to get approved to make the stream, but I will do that. If y'all want to see me do it, I will do it. Who's your favorite chess streamer? I don't have favorites, but growing up, I used to watch a lot of Gotham Chess and Hikaru. Obviously, like the two GOATs. I used to watch a lot of their openings. And also Daniel Naroditsky as well. Rest in peace, Daniel. But yeah, I used to love his videos too. What is your main openings? Well, I play the Catalan with white, which is when you go d4, c4, and then g3. Fianchettoing the bishop. And with black, I like to play the Caro Kann. So c6 and d5. Those are my favorite openings with white and black. Please collab with Igor Smirnov. He has 1 million subs. Bro, if he collabs with me, that'd be hype. That's one of the people I would recommend. If you need an opening or that you want to learn, especially if you're like around 1,000 rated, go to Igor Smirnov's channel. Shout out to him. I love his content. I've learned some of my traps from him. Like some of the like opening traps that I used to play. Super entertaining guy. He's a grandmaster as well, so definitely very, very reputable. Alright, Pietro's opponent is thinking. I mean, I don't really know what he's thinking about. Like, logically, f4 makes a lot of sense to me, right? Because you don't really want this pawn to be here, and you want, like, especially when you're down a pawn, you want to attack. So, like, f5, g4, like, should be an idea at some point. Who are you? My name is Tempo Line. Here, let me even write it, like, right below here. Let me see if I can figure this out in studio mode. What font should I do, guys? I'm trying to pick like a cool font, but yeah, there's no cool fonts. I'm trying to make this as small as possible, but alright, there we go. Now y'all got my my user right here, Tempo Lion. Boom. Are you under the supervision of GM Artus Nikits? No, I am not. That sounds very professional. I am not under his supervision, whatever that means. Are you talking about his Academy channel? Yeah, I think on his Academy channel he has a lot of educational stuff. Guys, why is chess.com not updating Pietro's game? Dude, this is wild. It's cool though. We adapt. No matter what happens, we still got the content for you guys. Let me double check if I can open it on my phone. Maybe there's another link I can use or something that I can find for you guys. But I think it's literally just a glitch with this specific DGT board. Like, it's not updating from last game. Which is weird because the time is updating, but... Could you please mention the GM Educational Chess channel link? Yeah, sure. YouTube.com/the Tempo Lion. Got you, bro. Chat, what do we think his opponent's gonna play? Do you think he's gonna play f4 or no? Apparently, bishop d2 is the best move according to the computer. Barely, though. Barely. Because if bishop takes f2, his opponent has rook f1. And now, whether Pietro goes here or here, his opponent has an attack. But it's difficult, right? Black is still better if he defends well. With the Carol Khan, do you like to play against Alien Gambit? Do you know the refutation? Honestly, I do not know the refutation that well. Okay, his opponent played bishop to d2, the best move. Smart guy. He's really trying to sacrifice this pawn. And Pietro should take it, according to the computer. But also the computer is an engine, so... Castling also makes a lot of sense, which is the second best move. Yeah, the Alien Gambit is very scary, I'm not gonna lie. But I do know some theory there, but like, I feel like Witty Alien would have a great game against me. If I could collab with Witty Alien, I would definitely do it. Queen b4 is a crazy blunder from Pietro. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna play this, chat. I believe. I would bet $100 he does not play Queen b4. If anyone would take me up on that bet. He might take this pawn, though. This pawn looks free, but then that gives his opponent the advantage because of rook eb1. And now he has to actually sacrifice the queen. And this does not look too good. Yeah, this would be no good. Now white has the advantage. Apparently Pietro has a lot of compensation, but I don't think that's a good idea, especially when he's minus 1.1. No point in going for this move. So let's see what Pietro decides to do. Let's check on the clock situation. Pietro still has 80 minutes, so he has a bunch of time. His opponent has 77 minutes. Will he castle queenside? Probably not. Just because then this file is open, right? So if you castle queenside, I mean, you're getting hit by like rook c1 right away, right? And also these pawns are going to come attack your queen, so I don't think so. Here apparently the best move is a4, going for a5. And yeah, I think like if you go king b8, now knight b5 is crazy. Wow. This is the best move, sacrificing the knight, because if you take it, now a takes b5 opens up the rook, which is crazy. Why is this winning? Well, you can't take this because this is defended. And now, like, if you play normal moves, bishop a5 is coming. And now knight f4 is the only way to survive, so yeah. You don't want to castle queenside here. The king side can be exposed. It could, but also the queen side is even more exposed, so. Definitely a pretty interesting position, for sure. If he plays queen b4, I will leave my house and never return. Yeah, if he plays queen b4, I'm turning off the stream, guys. I mean, the game will be over, so makes sense, but he won't play queen b4, chill. Yeah, he won't. He won't. We're just joking. But yeah, other moves to consider here after his opponent plays bishop d2. I mean, the serious consideration should be, should you take this pawn? Which is still a good move according to the computer, but it's a little bit scary. Definitely a little bit scary getting attacked, right? You can't castle because of queen h7. And in this position, you would actually have to castle long. But I don't know. This looks very scary. At least in my opinion. Oh, he does have bishop e8, so he is fine. Yeah, apparently this position is better for black. And you have to realize this. Why are they taking so long to move? Because it's a classical game, my friend. So they each have 80 minutes left on the clock. So they have a lot of time to think. In classical chess, you should use your time and think. Another very logical move is just to castle. Because white has no threats. If he goes queen h5, we just go knight g6. Blocking this. And now the position is fine. f4, now we can take because the bishop is under attack. So yeah, we'll see what Pietro decides to play. You are a really nice guy to live with. Thanks, I appreciate it. I mean, I don't know why you said to live with, because like we haven't lived together, but I'm assuming you mean like to go live with. So like if we're live streaming together, that'd be hype. Yeah. I mean, I'd be down to do like a dual stream with Pietro or any other content creators out there. Super fun. You know, I'm here because for the love of the game. You know, I love what I'm doing. It's a lot of fun hanging out with chat, answering your questions, commentating these games. You know, even though you're saying it takes a while, like we're having some conversations here, so it's chill. Bishop takes f2 seems good. It does seem good, but you have to be precise. Like, let me just say a way that this can go wrong. Like, if you play the wrong move, like bishop h4, instead of going back this way, now queen h5 is very dangerous. So, you do have to be precise. And here, apparently, you're almost losing. You have to play queen d4, and after queen f7, king d8. And apparently, you're still surviving, but, like, then, white is better. So, Pietro has a tough decision. If he can calculate this all through, bishop takes f2 is actually a good move. But now the computer is still, it's thinking more and more, and it's saying castles is better. I personally like castles. I mean, it's just a lot safer. I meant live stream, not live. Although both might be nice. I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, it'll take some time to transport the white pieces. It does take some time, but also it takes time to castle your king, you know? The king is still in the center of the board. This is my only worry about Pietro's position, but he does have a very quick option to castle either side. But I would just do it right now. Like, why wait? When you can get your king to safety, there's no point in waiting. Should we take off the hat, get back into this? Or let's keep the hat on. They can start an attack with queen h5. Yeah, after bishop h... f2, rook f1. Oh, not queen f1, rook f1. Not rook g1. Oh my gosh, mouse slip twice in a row. And like the best move is bishop d4. Bishop c5 is logical too. Queen h5. Castles. This is the key move that Pietro has to find. Apparently rook f8 is good too. But this does hang this pawn. But now you win this pawn and defend this pawn. So a lot of ideas here. I mean, this position is a lot of fun in my opinion. And now apparently you give up this bishop to take here. Wow, crazy position. Because now you're attacking this twice. Knight b1, castle. This is the line that if Pietro plays, he's minus 3.5. So if he can calculate all that, that'll be a fun one. Mr. Fishy says taking the pawn is the way. Yes, as Goofy Tushar, Sadistic Tushar, as he would say, Mr. Fishy likes taking pawns. Big risk comes with big reward. Will Pietro risk it for the biscuit, guys? I think he might. But also it's scary, you know. Playing against a stronger opponent when they're sacrificing pawns, sometimes that builds an illusion. And it's hard to actually take the pawn unless you can calculate like a solid position. Because you're scared that he's just going to attack you and you're not going to be able to defend. But Pietro has to be brave. He has to trust his instinct and take the pawn. Please do what if Andy Woodward was a trash talker? That's a great idea. Andy Woodward is a kid, though. I don't really like doing it when they're younger than 18. You know, I don't want to spur any drama there. But we'll see. Maybe in the future. Also, I feel like people outside of the U.S. might not know Andy Woodward. Because he's very popular in the U.S., but not outside of it. Andy Woodward is a top junior player, if you guys are wondering. You need some more catchphrases too, not gonna lie. You have a lot of aura. Hey, I appreciate that. But would be cool. I mean, I do have a lot of stuff that I say in my videos. Like, good luck, you'll need it. It's just like, I'm not playing against someone right now. So like, I feel like a lot of my like catchphrases that I use are when I'm actually playing. Right now I'm commentating. So, you know, it's a little bit different. But I appreciate that, yeah. You're not from the USA and you know who Andy Woodward is? Okay. Interesting. I'll take that into account. I'll think about it. No pawns, but candies. Yeah, candies. A lot of people, a lot of fans of Tushi here in the chat. That's fire. I appreciate all you guys stopping by, watching the stream. Oh, some ones that'll differ. Yeah, that's fair. I'm seeing a lot of the chats are coming from YouTube. What about Twitch? How we doing in Twitch? Can we get some W's or something in the chat on Twitch? I want to make sure y'all aren't like sleeping there. Let's get some support for Pietro here, eh? I'm not Canadian. I don't know why I said A, but hey, there we go. Isla Bailey, how's it going? How are you doing? I'm doing great, you know. We got an exciting game on our hands. Pietro has a very important decision here. Will he take the pawn? Will he castle his king? Will he do something different? Stay tuned to find out. How are you doing? W Chess Mom in the chat. W Chess Mom 01. Let's go. By the way, do you stream regularly? Yes, I do. I try to, but I don't have a set schedule for streaming yet. Just because I only started it very, very recently. So I'm going to get a schedule and stream a little bit more often for you guys. But yeah, I try to as much as possible. Who forced dude to put text on his cam? All right, I'll hide the text. Sorry, dude. Yeah, it does look kind of derpy. I don't know if it's good. Best of luck streaming. Thank you so much. This game looks fun for me. Should you also try it? Yeah, I mean, try and get into chess, of course. You know, it's a lot of fun learning. You know, it's definitely difficult at the start. There's a learning curve to it, but the more you learn, the more you're going to be able to meet other people. And you make a lot of friends in chess, you know? Like, I just met Pietro, W Mans, super nice. I was streaming for Hannah Sace, if you guys know who that is, last week. Made friends with Sadistic Tushar. And I have a lot of friends from the over-the-board tournaments I play as well. So, great way to make friends, meet people, you know, play a game that's difficult, makes you smarter, I would say. Helps you think strategically. Where are you from? I'm from the USA, in New Jersey. So, I'm currently studying at Rutgers. I'm in college right now. So, yeah, hopefully that gives all of you some context. Do you play any video games? I mean, would you consider chess a video game? I don't know, but I used to play a decent bit of Fortnite. I play Clash Royale. I play FIFA, a lot of FIFA. So, yeah, I do all that stuff. But right now, just focusing on content creation, focusing on chess. Maybe I might stream some other games in the future. You never know. Do you know Matt, Pietro's friend? House Line Chess, right? And Pietro takes the pawn. I'll get back to answering your questions in a second. But Pietro risks it for the biscuit. He takes the pawn. Now he is up 2 pawns. And the computer approves. Mr. Stockfish approves. -1 for Pietro. He is in a better position. In the previous games, Pietro was actually worse in his previous 2 rounds. But he saved with a draw. Will Pietro be able to win his first better position in the tournament? Hopefully. We will see what his opponent decides to play. Which games do you play the most? I mean, I definitely play chess the most out of all of those. I would say after that I play Fortnite because I play a lot with my friends. Also Clash Royale. I mean, Clash Royale isn't like on Xbox or anything like that, so it's more of like a phone game. But whenever I have time and I don't want to play any chess, I play some Clash Royale instead. So pretty big into that. I have like 10k trophies on Clash Royale, so I've been grinding that for a while. I mean, I just play it for fun now. It's not like, you know, competitively, but yeah, I do know House Line Chess as well. I mean, I don't know him personally, but like I've seen his stuff. I've heard of him. And his opponent promptly plays Rook F1. Very logical, right? His Rook was under attack, he saves it. So now the Bishop is under attack. Pietro has to make a good decision. Either of these 2 moves are good. This one is bad. So he has a 2 out of 3 chance of playing a good move. FIFA is mad fun. Yeah, I would agree. And Pietro plays the best move instantly, Bishop to D4. Pietro's locked in today. You know, maybe it's the support from the chat. I think all of you are, you know, boosting him up to get this dub. Were you a nerd in school? No hate, just want to know. I don't think being a nerd is hating. You know, I think being smart is a good thing. Yeah, I was, I mean, I wouldn't consider myself like a nerd. I did both. You know, I played a lot of sports as well, but yeah, I had good grades in high school. I had a 4.0, so yeah. Did pretty well in school, I would say. Do you have Discord? Yeah, I do have Discord. It's just, my username is just Tempoline, which is, my username on a lot of other stuff. Do you have plans to play the chat after the round ends, Mr. Lion? Probably not. Just because this stream is probably going to be pretty long. Like, we probably still got another 2 hours or so. What is your username here? Let me type it. Let me see if this actually works. There we go. More than 2 out of 3 because he is not a fool. He is a genius. You are right. Fools will resign. Wise men might make a draw. But only a true genius can win. Will Pietro be a true genius today and win? You sent the request? Yeah, I'll accept it after the stream. I don't have my Discord, like, open right now, but I'll accept it afterwards. Don't worry. Did you go to college? If so, where? I'm in college right now. I'm a sophomore in college, and I go to Rutgers University in New Jersey. Studying finance. Some interesting stuff. He is redeeming from the Isle of Wight. Hopefully, yeah. He's got to make a comeback this tournament. Get some dubs. He is 1 out of 2 points right now. He had 2 draws. Alright, his opponent is really thinking here. I mean, it is very crucial for his opponent to play the right move. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back. Gonna go get some water. Give me like 30 seconds. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Whew. No need to fret. I am back. Alright. Some more questions. You can open Discord on your mobile? Yeah, on my phone, should I? Yeah, let's do it. Alright, there you go. Alright, checking checkers want to play some blitz. Yeah, y'all can play blitz against each other in the chat. Like, don't worry. I don't mind. Y'all can do whatever. We can't see the rating right now. Yeah, you can't see the rating because the live board on chess.com is bugged and it's not updating. But here's the ratings of the players if you guys are interested. His opponent is Johannes Denz from Germany. He's 1930 and Pietro is 1750. So yeah. So yeah, interesting matchup. 1900 FIDE against 1750 Pietro. He does have a good chance of winning this game though. He is minus 1.5 according to the computer. He is in a better position. Let's see how the time situation is doing. Pietro has an hour and 10 minutes. His opponent has an hour and 11 minutes. So, and his opponent is currently thinking. So, let's see what happens. Yeah, he is crushing a 1900. I mean, crushing is a little bit of a strong word. I don't know if he's crushing him right now, but he's in a better position for sure. You gotta believe in yourself. No matter what your opponent's rating is, you shouldn't be thinking about rating. You should play every game to the best of your ability. That's the best advice I could give you. No matter if you're playing a Grandmaster, no matter if you're playing a Grandmother, a 500, a 2000. Play your best chess, try your best, and you can beat anyone. Pietro's getting up from the board. I think that he is confident now. He's probably going to, get some water or watch some other games. Pietro is confident. He is in a better position. Let's go. Quote of the day. Yeah, gotta bring some inspiration. Gotta bring some energy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll check my Discord after. Yeah, don't spam my Discord, please, because I got a notification. So, definitely don't want my Discord spamming right now. That'd be a little bit annoying. But it's chill. Don't worry about it. Afterwards, yeah, I'll respond. Feel free to send me messages. I'm just saying the sound of it is not ideal. Some people saying, bro, Discord is annoying. Yeah, Discord's like, it's interesting. I don't love using Discord. It's definitely not like my preferred way to like communicate, but I know a lot of people use Discord, so I might even make a Discord for like people that are subbed to me, stuff like that. A lot of people were requesting that in my last stream. So eating pizza right now, bro, that's fire. That's my favorite food, actually. Pizza is fire. What's his score? Pietro is 1 out of 2. 1 out of 2. He has a good position. Tempo line. Who are you rooting for in the candidates? Honestly, Honestly, I hope Hikaru wins. I think Hikaru has done so much for chess, and I personally believe if Hikaru wins the candidates and he beats Gukesh, Magnus might come back and actually challenge Hikaru, because I feel like Hikaru is the only one out of the field that Magnus truly respects and would consider coming back to play the World Championship, and that would be hype. Because in my opinion, no matter what, Magnus is still the #1 player in the world. Regardless of who's the world champion, Magnus is #1. So Magnus should be the world champion. The #1 player in the world should be the world champion. But he's bored because he doesn't want to play against Gukesh. Gukesh isn't, you know, up to his level, in Magnus's opinion. And a lot of the other players aren't. So if Hikaru wins, I think Magnus genuinely might think about playing. So that's why I'm rooting for Hikaru. Of course, Noterbeck is doing amazing. He's leading the tournament right now by a full point. Fabi was doing well until he lost to Noterbeck, but... and you're saying Hikaru isn't looking good against Sindarov right now, sadly. Oh, that sucks. Because if Hikaru loses to Sindarov, Sindarov is taking a huge lead in the tournament, and Hikaru is going to have a tough time coming back. I mean, Hikaru's just... I don't know, the clutch factor is not activating for Hikaru. Like, against Wei Yi, he should have won that game. Then he would have been a little bit closer. Fabi also probably struggling. I mean, it's hard to come back from a loss, you know, especially when you were leading the tournament. Losing against Noterbeck is locked in right now. But again, if Noterbeck wins, I don't think Magnus is going to come back. Like, I don't think he cares to play against Noterbeck. Because Noterbeck's only like 20 years old. You know, he doesn't really want to play against the youngins. He's most likely going to lose right now. I mean, I don't see the position. But, yeah. Hikaru probably, if you're saying he's losing, Noterbeck in form in a better position, probably going to win. Did bro just randomly type in a royal German name? Yeah, I have no idea who that name is that you typed in, but yeah, it sounds very royally German. How much ELO is his opponent? 1900. Pretty strong guy. Can't even lie. Yeah, his opponent is really looking for counterplay here. I mean, Queen G4, Queen H5 look logical to like attack Black's position. But again, if Queen H5, Pietro's got to be a Chad and play this move, castles. Okay, his opponent has actually made a move. His opponent, after Pietro played Bishop D4, has played Queen to F3. Not the best move. And Pietro's advantage keeps getting bigger. Now Pietro, instead of castling this way, he could simply just castle this way, defending this pawn with his rook. Yeah, this looks like a bad move. Like, realistically, like, from my analysis, you want to bring your rook and double it. You know, like, you want to get all of your pieces into the game. Queen F3 blocks your logical development and gives Pietro the chance to just castle and defend. So, I don't know if this is a great position. Who is my idol? Oh, I have a lot of idols, but yeah, I don't know. In terms of streaming, definitely Gotham Chess. I mean, Gotham has done so much. Like, Levy is, you know, such a funny guy. He has so many great ideas for content, and he's been really inspirational for me in starting my content creation journey. So I definitely look up to him in terms of content creation. But yeah, Magnus is the GOAT as well. Definitely love Magnus, the way he just dominates, and you know, he's such a cool guy too. Like, you know, he has so many funny moments where he loses, he slams the board. You know, he's a real one. Let's go, Pietro. You can do it. Let's get some W Pietro in the chat. Pietro's been cooking up this 1900 right now. He is -2 according to the engine in this position. Pietro is cooking it up right now. -1.5 for Sindarov. Ooh, it's not looking good. Not looking good for Hikaru against Sindarov right now. We've been streaming for almost an hour and a half following the live action of Pietro playing against Johannes Benz from Germany. 1900 ELO opponent. Will Pietro be able to continue his better position? Let's find out in a couple moves if Pietro is going to play the best move. The best move right now is castle. Castling this way is also good, and Rook F8 is also still keeping the advantage, but the best move is castling, and then he will have a very dominant position. I mean, you could be a little bit scared of like Bishop H7, But I think white is just too slow. Because after queen h5, you just go king g6. And they don't have enough time to play rook f3, rook h3. Because you can just play a lot of different moves. I mean, even queen b2 is good. f6 is good. Bishop takes e5 is good. Wow, what is this? Giving up the bishop for f6. So you can sacrifice the bishop back. And apparently, since you're taking this, you have so much play, right? They can't play rook h3 because of queen here. And if they defend, now you go e5, stopping this, and look at your center. You're still up 3 pawns, and you have an amazing position for Pietro. So, Pietro has a great position here, in my opinion. In my professional opinion. But Pietro does not castle. He plays rook f8. I think the reason is because he wants to play a little bit more defensive, right? He doesn't want his opponent to have any threats or sacrifices because he thinks his king side is a little weak. Rook f8 still holds the advantage. Still minus 1.8. He has a great position. Definitely has the advantage still. And, you know, he could think about castling this way in the future or keeping his king in the center. This is one of the rare positions where keeping the king in the center might actually be safe. I personally would have castled. Just because, you know, you can't fear castling into, like, this kind of threat, but Pietro is still playing well. Whatever he thinks is best for his position should be good. No, he didn't play castles. It's okay. How much will this help his rating? I mean, it will help his tournament standing for sure. He will be 2 out of 3 points, which is very good since he is playing against stronger opponents, and his rating will go up a decent bit since, you know, his opponent is over 150 points higher rated than him. So, yeah, definitely will be a good win if he is able to clutch it up. But yeah, we are hyped for Pietro in the chat. Supporting Pietro. Let's go. Let's get some let's go Pietro. W Pietro in the chat. Let's go. We are supporting our guy Pietro here. When is the first time I saw Pietro? I definitely saw his videos before I even started making content. So Pietro's definitely a great guy. I remember he hit 100K on YouTube as well. That was a pretty big day for him. Now I think he has over 140K on YouTube. So I definitely love his explanations. I think he's doing a great job picking great games and then analyzing them. Like he's staying true to his format. So yeah, I think he's a super nice guy. Definitely one of the most genuine people in the chess community. I mean, you guys can comment on that as you wish, but I just feel like from his vibes, from the way he explains chess, he just seems like such a nice guy. Is he from Ticino, by the way? I'm not 100% sure where he's from. Again, this is my first time commentating on Pietro streams. I have had some conversations with him in like in the Instagram DMs, but I've never met him in person. So he seems like a really nice guy though. He's from Switzerland, according to chess.com, but I'm not sure what city in Switzerland he's from. Are you the trash talker guy? Yes, I am. But not doing any trash talking today because Pietro is playing and we are commentating. Funny enough, a lot of people know me from my trash talking videos, but I'm actually just trying to be a nice guy, you know, especially during streams, you know, keeping the vibes chill, bringing the energy, stuff like that. That's what I love to do. My real goal is to make people smile, you know. If I can share my passion for chess with the world, then I consider that as a W for sure. The trash talking is definitely like, you know, trying to be entertaining, trying to make people laugh, make people smile. Even, you know, even though some people think it's cringy, a lot of people think it's entertaining. So, you know, as long as I can make some people happy, that's a W in my books. Pietro is definitely aura farming right now. Better position against a 1900. Let's go. How many slices of pizza can you eat before you can't eat anymore? Now we're getting into the real nitty-gritty questions, guys. I think I could eat a whole pizza pie before I get full. But it depends on what kind of pizza. Like, if it's one of those really thick, like, pizzas where the dough is, like, very, very, like, dense, then maybe not a whole pizza. But if it's one of those, like, Italian pizzas, I could eat 2 whole pizzas. For the pizzas with the thin crust in Italy, so good, I can eat 2 whole pizzas at least. A normal size pizza, like I could probably eat like 4 to 8 slices. If it's like not too thin, not too dense, in the middle, probably 4 to 8 slices. But it's got to be good. I do love pizza. I'm like a pizza connoisseur, so it's got to be some good pizza. Ticino is a southern Swiss Italian majority canton. I don't know what a canton is, but I'm assuming that's like a city. Maybe he's from there. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, his opponent is still thinking. After Pietro's last move, rook to f8. Let's see. Did they fix the live board? Is anybody from chess.com watching the stream? Updating the board? No, they are not. Pietro is not getting the love from the chess.com live board, unfortunately. They are taking too long to move, in my opinion. It's a classical game, though. Like, you want to take your time. You want to spend your time. You don't want to rush, because that's when you make mistakes. This isn't blitz. This is classical. Y'all want to watch Magnus's game for a bit? Alright, we will. Let me just check if the live stream is updated. No, they have not updated this game, but a couple other games. Let's pause this. We're not going to watch that. Somebody's asking, how's Magnus doing? Magnus is playing very solid. This is freestyle chess, though. So, different position. Alright, we're going to go back. Because that's not why we're here. We're here to support Pietro, not Magnus today. So, this is the live position that Pietro is in. Live stream GTE when? What do you mean by that? I can't even eat 4 slices? I mean, it depends on the pizza you're talking about. Like, I love pizza. It's my favorite food. So, like, you know what I mean? If it's your favorite food, you can always eat a little more. Like, I don't feel full. Like, even if I'm full, I still enjoy pizza. So that's why I love it. It's me, January 2009. Hey, what's up, January 2009? Shout out to you in the chat. Let's go. You were watching my commentary of Hannah's game. Now, this is Pietro's game. Oh, guess the ELO. Ooh, I might have to do a guess the ELO eventually. Maybe get some subscribers to send in some games. That's a good idea. I mean, that's what Levy does. Levy's Guess the ELO were very popular, but I do more short form content. I feel like Guess the ELO is more long form, but I'm trying to get into long form content as well. A canton is basically a Swiss administrative division, semi-sovereign. Wow, interesting. So it's like a district basically. So it's not like a state in the U.S. It's more like a central business district. It's like a zoning. You know when you separate by zones? Something like that is what I'm assuming a canton is from your description. I'm from the U.S. again, so we don't have cantons here in the U.S. But okay, his opponent has played a move. I think his opponent has played b4. That's a little bit of a mistake, ladies and gentlemen. It's not the best move because he should have continued his attack somehow with like queen f4, attacking the bishop, or queen g3, putting pressure here. But b4 is interesting because with b4, what this does is, let me promote this to the main move. It's attacking on this side of the board, so he wants to maybe play a4, b5 in the future to break open this position. But now Pietro can just simply play either knight c6 or bishop to c8 in order to put pressure on this knight, and I think this is a very logical move. And Pietro's position is getting better and better. Now he is minus 2.6. Pietro has a great position here. It's something between a district and a state. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd assume so. Will you collab with 2Niche? I actually don't know who that is. Who is 2Niche? Maybe I need to update myself on the other streamers, but I don't know who that is. But I'd be happy to meet them. Are you good at freestyle? I mean, I personally prefer like normal chess, but yeah, I love all the different variants. I think it's interesting to, you know, try out different things, especially when you're getting better as a chess player. Like, it's important to just think about, hey, let me not memorize openings. Of course, once you're at a certain point, you should remember some openings, but when you get above 2000, you want to improve your chess ability, not just memorizing openings. So freestyle is really good for that. I personally really like playing Bug House. If you guys heard of Bug House, it's like 2-player chess. B4 burns my eyes, not gonna lie. It's not a great move, but it does have some ideas with it. You know, he wants to be aggressive. Maybe wants to support knight to c5 at some point. It's like hard to play though. Fools will resign. Wise players might make a draw, but only a true genius can win. Well, Pietro, be a genius and win this position. Stay tuned to find out. Yeah, that's one of the best quotes. I don't actually know who invented that quote. I think Pietro did not invent the quote, but Pietro definitely popularized the quote. Because I've heard it before. I think it was a famous chess player that said it. Might have been like Emmanuel Lasker. Someone can correct me in the chat who actually invented the quote. But Pietro definitely made it famous. I would say now it's definitely correlated with him. If you ever say that, people are like, oh, that's Pietro right there. Crazy House? Yeah, Crazy House is Bug House, but it's just one player. So it's basically the same thing, except you don't have a teammate. What do you call it? Freestyle, chess 960, Fisher random, or 960 chess? Personally, when I learned about it, I called it chess 960. And then I called it Fisher random. And now everybody's calling it freestyle chess, so I call it freestyle chess. Alright, Pietro has played a move, ladies and gentlemen. He's taken the knight. I think. Yeah. He's taken the knight. I don't love this move. Pietro has made a mistake, ladies and gentlemen. Because think about it. Your knight is strong. Your bishop is strong. The knight is weak. We are pinning this knight. We can create threats against this knight. So you don't want to trade it. Why would you trade this knight? Especially since it's not threatening knight a4. Your bishop is stopping it. So you don't want to trade your bishop in the center of the board, which is a monster, right? Look at this bishop. So Pietro really has to think about in the future not trading his good pieces for his opponent's bad pieces. He's kind of letting his opponent off the hook. So no, chat, this is when we say, no, Pietro blundered. He's still better, but I think that Pietro should not have done that for sure. His position was around minus 2.5. Now it's like only minus 1.3. After rook to c8, his opponent can just go back and defend this bishop. So Pietro definitely made a mistake here. Let's see, did he make another move? Let's zoom in on the board, guys, so that you guys can get a little bit of a better view. Let me block myself for a second. We can see on the clock his opponent is playing slower. He has 55 minutes. And now Pietro has played bishop to b5. Guys, I understand what Pietro is doing, but it's not the right plan in this position. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, bishop b5 is not the right plan in the position. Because Gotham Chess teaches us when you're up a pawn, you trade the pieces. Well, in chess, you should actually not trade your better pieces for their worst pieces. When you're up a pawn, you actually want to use your advantage in space, your advantage in time, your advantage in piece placement to get more pawns, to get more material, and pressure your opponent. So trading the pieces like this is a little bit of an inferior strategy. And Gotham would not support this kind of move, I think, because bishop takes, queen takes, you are up a pawn, but now you have a knight, which is not very active, against a bishop, which is also not the best piece, but your king is stuck in the center of the board, and it's, you know, now white's king is the one that's safer, in my opinion, and your king is going to have some problems, right? Your rook is very inactive. It's just a defender. White has more space, so white has a lot of compensation in this position, but his opponent does not take the bishop. Instead, let's try and zoom in again and see what his opponent played. Okay, so his opponent decided to play the move a4. So he is forcing Pietro to trade on his terms. He played a4 because he wants Pietro to take this bishop. And Pietro will probably be forced to, because after bishop takes d3, queen takes d3. But now I really like white's position now. Black is still slightly better, but he's letting his opponent off the hook, because now this pawn is threatened. These pawns are coming in to attack the queen, and the king is still stuck in the center of the board. I mean, Pietro's up a pawn, but like, he gave up his whole advantage in these last couple of moves. I really don't like this position from Pietro. I don't like this decision. And now he takes, and queen takes. Like, you can't trade the pieces like this, Pietro. If you want to become a stronger chess player, you have to keep your strong pieces on the board and not simply trade them off in order to get into an endgame, right? Strong players, they don't want to just get into an endgame up a pawn. They realize that if you're up a pawn, it's very easy for your opponent to get into a rook endgame and draw the game. Their drawing chances increase. But when you have stronger pieces, you want to keep them on the board and not trade them off for your opponent's weaker pieces. So Pietro has made a strategic mistake in this position. Bro, please say your opinions about Frederick II of Prussia. Bro, I don't even know who Frederick II of Prussia is. He's probably a pretty famous figure in history, but I do not want to comment just in case this guy is like controversial or something. I'm not educated enough on Frederick II of Prussia to comment. How about we commentate on Pietro II from Switzerland? I don't know if he's the second, but Pietro the Great. Yeah, Pietro definitely messed up, but he's still better. Like, he can play like knight f5 here. But I don't like this, right? Why is he thinking now? If you calculated this whole line where you're trading, now you should have an idea. You should have a plan, right? You don't just want to trade the pieces where you're up a pawn and then start thinking. Whenever you want to trade some pieces like this, you should always have a plan. Where are you going to target your opponent's pieces? How are you going to trade off more pieces if you really want to get into an endgame? How are you going to get your king to safety? All of these questions Pietro should have already had the answer to before he played this move. So a good plan whenever you're playing is to try and think about, hey, what is my plan? What does my opponent want to do? How can I stop my opponent's threats? His opponent now can really improve his position with like bishop d4, maybe even sacrificing a pawn. Rook b1 and taking this. I don't know. I think his opponent, if he gets a couple moves, he will be able to get a good position. Like, for example, h6. Now the position already falls, and his opponent can already play b5. Because you can't take this. The rook will get very, very strong. Or bishop d4, even better. And after queen d8, I think a takes is a good position because now white's rook is getting in. Look at your king, queen, and your rook. So passive. Your knight's also not doing anything. And so Pietro's position is getting slowly and slowly worse. I don't like this decision from Pietro to trade all the pieces. Knight f5 still holds the advantage, but it's very difficult. Like, let's look at knight f5. What if g4? Like, let's look at a crazy move. Then Pietro has queen e3. So that's why Engine doesn't like this. What's the point? Oh, rook c8. Okay, so you're giving up the knight to get this, which is good. But it's hard to see this from afar. So now Pietro is thinking. He's taking some more time on his clock to try and figure it out. Pietro, lock in, dude. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so as I was saying, Pietro was looking for commentators, and I was happy to step in. I'm trying to get more into commentating. I'm commentating on Hannah's stream. She was playing in the Reykjavik Open. And now Pietro is playing. I didn't know Pietro was really big into streaming. I thought he was more into like just content, like long videos and short videos. I think he's also getting into content like recently now. So, you know, good luck to him. Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be commentating. I love what I do. It's a lot of fun being here, talking to chat, vibing. Getting better at commentating too. You know, I want to get better. I want to commentate for chess.com one day. Hopefully. Hopefully one day. You know, maybe I'll be commentating alongside Gotham Chess. You guys will remember this moment when I called it out. Hopefully. You know, you got to put positive thoughts into the air and then hopefully positive things happen, you know? So yeah, Pietro is still thinking, what can he do in this position? And it's becoming a little bit uncomfortable. There's a lot of mistakes to be made here. G6 and H6 both look like pretty bad moves because then B5 comes. Okay, Pietro has played a move. Did he play Rook C8 or Rook D8? I'm trying to see it. Let's zoom this in a little bit. Rook to C8. Okay. Rook to C8 is the move played, which is a fine move because you're putting pressure on the bishop, but again, it's already defended, and now I think white has a good opportunity to play B5. You want to keep taking space in this position, especially when you're playing with white, because trading is no good because after A takes, now there's some threats of queen A5. And the queen has to move, right? If you play a move like H6, for example, now you have even bishop B4, creating threats against this knight, and now your king is becoming less and less safe. So will Pietro's opponent play the best move? Will he play B5 and flip the tables on Pietro? Or will Pietro continue to hold it? What happened to Pietro's advantage? I'm asking the same thing, ladies and gentlemen. He made a couple bad moves in a row because we were in this position. Rook F1, Bishop D4. Pietro was playing like a boss. He was playing the best moves. Here, he probably should have castled. Would have been a little better, but Rook F8 is fine. And after B5 was a mistake. He should have played Rook to C8 or Knight to C6 to continue pressuring the pawn or pressuring the knight with the bishop and the rook. But instead, he played Bishop takes. Awful move because it's a strategic advantage. The bishop is a monster. Why would you trade off this bishop when it's controlling so many squares? But he wanted to go to the endgame since he's up a pawn. But now, by trading the bishop, he's trading all the pieces. But now, at the end of the day, his opponent has more space, right? So now the computer says his advantage is still better, but it's much, much smaller because he has less space and his king is low-key unsafe. His opponent's king is way safer. His rook has the half-open file. His bishop can come here. His pawns can push. Pietro's position is getting worse and worse. Yo, trash talker Glazer. I mean, I don't know about Glazer, but I am Beat the Trash Talker if you guys have seen my videos on YouTube, TikTok, or Instagram. I do make videos. My name is Tempo Lion. Super hyped to be commentating here today. Pietro has left the board to go watch another game. You can see him over there in the far distance watching somebody else's game. This is like a row of streamers. They put all the streamers together so that all of them that are making videos can all record together. Make sure you all stay hydrated. Drink some water today. It's important to stay hydrated. Any questions in the chat? We still got 11 people watching across all the different platforms. Oh, accidentally changed it to the stream. My bad, guys. Pietro's opponent is thinking. He looks a little bit uncomfortable. You know, he's scratching his neck. Maybe his neck is just a little bit sore. I don't know. But we want a collab of you, Pietro, and Sadistic Tushi, Gotham, Witty Alien, and Daniel. Hey, hopefully that'd be hype. If we could get all those people on a stream together, I'd be more than happy to hop in. So gotta love it. Yeah, but I only started content recently, so I'm still getting into it, trying to improve my content, trying to make people smile at the end of the day. So that's my goal. Make people happy, make people entertained, laugh, stuff like that. Yeah, I love content creation. It's a lot of fun. I apologize for your inconvenience. Huh? What inconvenience, my friend? No inconvenience. Don't worry about it. Dude, I trash talk people for a living, so don't worry. You calling me a Glazer or whatever is mad chill. Yeah, plus there's a line with trash talking, right? You still should always be nice. You should always be respectful for your opponents. At the end of the day, it's just to do it for fun, right? You should do it against your friends. You know, in real tournaments, they don't let you talk. So, you know, like right now, they're all locked in focusing. Chess is a little bit more serious. I'm just trying to get more people into the game, popularize it. That's why I, you know, started trash talking, doing stuff like that, because I feel like in other sports like basketball, there's people like MK who are trash talking, people in soccer who are trash talking, but in chess there's nobody that's, you know, really trash talking except like the chess hustlers in like New York City, like Washington Square Park, stuff like that. So definitely a lot of fun. Let me know if y'all would want to see me make some videos in Washington Square Park against the OG trash talkers, new gen trash talker versus OG trash talkers. Let me know if that would be interesting for you guys. All right, I'll stop yapping for a little bit while Pietro's opponent is thinking. He's scratching his head thinking about what to do. Hikaru is in an endgame bishop and 5 pawns versus bishop and 2 pawns. I'm not gonna lie, that does not sound good, but there are still drawing chances. If the bishops are opposite colored, even down 3 pawns in specific positions, there could be a draw, but it's very, very very tough. Oh yeah, yeah. Anand Kumar called me that. Yeah, I mean, it's chill. It's like, it's whatever. I don't mind. Checking checkers. I love your content, especially learn from the Trash Talker series. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. All right, Pietro is waiting for his opponent to decide on a move. What is his opponent going to play? Opposite colored, but Sindarov has a pass pawn. Yeah, pass pawns are usually good. Alright, his opponent should play b5. b5 looks like a good move. Why not a5? Well, a5 allows queen b5, and now the structure is a lot better, because what this does is it creates a long-term weakness on this, on the b4 square, and now Pietro can attack it. So if he wins 2 pawns, it should be easier. After a6, b takes a6, now he wins a bishop, so that doesn't work. And if check, he just goes back. So super, super chill. So yeah, if his opponent goes a5, that is good. But his opponent should go b5 instead, which would be a better position. It looks like Pietro is drinking that Pepsi Cola right there. We'll see what happens. b5, a5. Some other logical moves are just like bishop d4. I was thinking about this, right? Because it sacrifices a pawn, but then you get rook a b1. But luckily for Pietro, he has this, right? So if you trade, rook takes c4, and you can't take my pawn because your bishop is hanging. Or actually, maybe you can, because I can't take, you have rook b8. But then after f6, his king is getting the safety. So if you go for this, this is still better for Pietro, because after bishop takes f6, you can just play like king f7, and this is a winning endgame because you're up a pawn. Knight f5, and this pawn is going to become a weakness, and you have 2 connected pass pawns that you can push. Pass pawns are to be pushed. So let's see, what will his opponent play in this position? Let's check one more time, just in case the board finally updated. No, it did not, unfortunately. Pietro is back in his seat. He's locked in, looking at his opponent. You should always be thinking on your opponent's time. Very strong players, that's what they do. When your opponent is thinking, you should be able to think about what are their possible moves, and then what am I going to do if they play that move, because that allows you to put more pressure on your opponent's clock as well. Confirm if that dude is in the chat. I don't think he's in the chat, my friend. You're chilling. Don't worry about it. And if you haven't blocked, like, that's chill too. But yeah, I don't see him in the chat, so you're fine. Don't worry. I feel like one of those, like, you know, special agents. I'm making sure, like, I'm your bodyguard, making sure your guy's not in the chat, too. Yeah, you're chilling. Yeah, where's everyone else? Why we only got 7 viewers? I mean, 7 is still more than 0, so definitely grateful. But, like, is the stream not being pushed out right now? I mean, I know a lot of people are watching the candidates right now, and there's other streamers playing in this tournament too, so I appreciate all of you for jumping in, supporting Pietro or my commentary. I appreciate all you guys. But yeah, on another day, he'd probably get more people watching the stream. His opponent is a thinking. Thanks, bro. He could have been a spy. That's why I was concerned. You're funny. It's never that deep. Don't worry. Alright, his opponent is still thinking. His opponent is burning a lot of time on this move. He's trying to figure out how to equalize. They both have 54 minutes, according to the live DGT board. But also the DGT board is pretty wrong. So let's take a zoom in real quick, so all of you can see a little bit closer. It seems like Pietro has 50 minutes. His opponent has 43 minutes. And his opponent is still thinking. That is Pietro right there. I am not Pietro. My name is Tempo Lion. I am another content creator who is commentating on Pietro's live tournament game. Of course, Pietro cannot commentate because he is playing. Otherwise, that would probably be cheating if he had like the stream open and he was talking. But that is why I am here, to give you guys the updates and the analysis on Pietro's game. His opponent is thinking now for a while. His opponent still has 43 minutes on the clock. Pietro still has over 50, so he's playing pretty well. Bro, the love viewers have dropped? Yeah, what's going on? I mean, it just went up. Like, we just went up to like 14 viewers across all platforms. But, hey, I'm hyped. Even if there's 0 people, I'm still going to be here bringing the energy. I don't mind. You know, I'm here watching Pietro's games. I enjoy it. People hopefully will enjoy it as well. But, yeah, you know, you can't base your happiness off of the viewer count or how many people are watching. You know, you just got to enjoy it, be passionate about it no matter what. If you love what you do, then you are going to be successful no matter what. So 1700, yeah. Pietro's like 1750 FIDE, I believe. And his opponent is around 1900. So his opponent is 150 points above. And we are getting a live feed that Hikaru has resigned, meaning that Norbek Abdusattorov, sorry, not Norbek Abdusattorov. What am I saying? Javokir Sindarov from Uzbekistan is 4.5 out of 5 in the candidates. That is unbelievable. He is on track to completely blow out the rest of the field. Sorry, I meant live viewers. My typos were extremely inappropriate. Don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. Don't worry. You're chilling. Wow. I mean, unless the chat is trolling me, but I think Hikaru probably resigned. Pietro's opponent really looks uncomfortable. You know, he's still thinking. It looks like he's about to make a move. Especially when chess players have their, like, hand on their forehead. He's about to make a move. Okay, he plays rook f to c1. Not the best move. b5 was definitely more testing. Now Pietro's advantage is coming back, guys. -2 if he plays the move knight f5. Knight f5 is a great move because it is helping the knight support a lot of key squares in this position. Bringing the knight into the center of the board is very, very logical. What if his opponent plays bishop here? Well, then Pietro can play rook takes, and win this bishop. And you don't have check because king e7. And there's no draw here because you can just go king d8, blocking this square. So yeah, this is completely winning. Rook fc1 is the main move. Let's promote it. And now let's see what Pietro does. He can get back on the offensive if he plays knight f5. Knight f5 will continue the advantage. Why does b5 not work as well? Well, if b5, he can actually ignore this and just play king d7. Because if his opponent takes, he can play queen takes a6. And now the trade would benefit him a lot more because then the knight and the rooks will be able to combine with like rook c6, rook c8, and then d4, or the knight can come to e3 and c4, and the position looks very, very good. Pietro is better against a 1900. Will he be able to clutch this game? Stay tuned and find out. Pietro is better. He can feel it, I think, but Pietro looks like he's getting a little bit nervous. I can't lie. You know, his body posture is a little bit more leaning forward than he was, but that could just mean he's focused. You know, I'm not a psychologist, but I always like looking at players, how they're sitting, because it can really tell you a little bit about how they are feeling about the position. Maybe Pietro does not love it as much as he does a couple of moves ago. Maybe he's feeling like he might have let the advantage slip away, but don't worry, Pietro. If you play knight f5, the advantage is still there. But like knight f5, I always love to calculate g4, right? Crazy move, but the king is so safe that you can play this move. So if Pietro sees this, he has to see that queen e3 is a good move. Because after queen e3, this is great. If queen takes, knight takes, you're attacking this pawn and also threatening to go knight c4. And this position is actually -4 for Pietro because he can just double his rooks. The knight is super strong here, and it's an amazing, amazing position for Pietro. So he has to find this idea if he wants to continue his advantage. But yeah, knight f5, if he plays it, I think his position will keep improving. What is my classical FIDE rating? I think my FIDE rating is around 1900. But again, I am from the US, so a lot of the tournaments I play are USCF. We have our own rating system in the US, and my USCF rating is like 2150. So yeah, my FIDE rating, if I played FIDE tournaments more often, would probably be a little bit higher. But yeah, that's my current FIDE rating, is like around 1900. Pietro is sleepy, I guess. I mean, yeah, if he had to do any traveling to get to this tournament, he might be a little bit jet lagged or sleepy from the previous rounds. I know he had some long games, some long draws that he had to fight for. Now, hopefully he can fight for a win. Usually you get a little bit more energy if you're fighting for a win. You don't want to see Gukesh versus Sindarov. I'm not going to lie, I don't want to see it either. Because Gukesh is like 19 and Sindarov is like 20. So, like, they are young and they're the battle of the young, you know, prodigies. But, like, dude, the world champion should be somebody who's, like, in their prime. You know, somebody who's, like, 25 to 30, who has years of experience, like Fabi or Hikaru, Magnus. Obviously, Magnus doesn't want to. He could easily be world champion, but... You know, these guys that have, you know, trained their whole life, like Hikaru is selling right now. Fabi is selling. Like, they're letting Sindarov just win the tournament because he's in great form. I mean, nothing against Sindarov. He's a great player, but, like, I kind of agree. I would rather Hikaru or Fabi win it because I want to see Magnus have a chance at coming back and winning his title again. I feel like he genuinely has a chance to come back and play if Hikaru wins the title or Fabi. But yeah, you know, that's chess, right? Sometimes a guy is just playing better, and Sindarov is doing that. So a lot of props to Sindarov. He's running away with the tournament. 4.5 out of 5 is probably the best start to the candidates ever, probably, I would assume. And his only draw, funny enough, is against Blue Bomb. The Blue Bomb sweep, he has not lost a single game. And he drew the leader. He's the only game that Sindarov did not win. That's crazy. It's 2750s. Hikaru's 2800. And Sundaram just seems like he cooked him. Congrats, Pietro. All the best. Yeah. I mean, don't say congrats yet. Pietro's better, so he's playing well, but he has to win the game. Then we can all say our congrats. Right now, we could just cheer for him. Like, you should say, let's go, Pietro, or good luck, Pietro. Not congrats. We never celebrate too early. That is one of the things the trash talker will teach you. Never celebrate too early, because once you celebrate too early, that's when you make silly mistakes and the game turns around. Blue Bomb is chilling, 2 out of 4, all drawn. Yeah, he's a chill guy, you know. He's like Anish Giri a couple years ago. Anish Giri drew every single game in the candidates. You know, but that's the thing about the candidates. You have to start taking some risks at some point. You know, because at the end of the day, it's first place or last place. Either you play the World Championship or second place doesn't get anything. I mean, obviously, you got more money for getting more points. So Blue Bomb might just be farming money. He might realize that he's not going to win. And you get 5,000 euros for every half point. So he's just, you know, drawing every game, getting 5 grand per draw. I mean, sounds like a good deal to me, you know. I just played the most impressive game of my life. No brilliance, but a great endgame. Hey, sometimes, you know, that is good, right? Because you are playing solid, you're playing accurately, even if there's no brilliant moves. If you just positionally outplay your opponent, sometimes it just feels better. Hey, Tempo Line fan, let's go. W, one of my subscribers in the chat, let's go. Crazy comment? Which comment was crazy? We learn more from your trash talker than from our teachers, for real. I mean, yeah, that's what I try and do. Like, all the games that I choose are famous games where genuinely, like, you could definitely learn something from those games. The trash talking is just to make it more entertaining, to, you know, have some people laugh, especially if they don't understand chess as much. But it's like a great way to learn. I'm really trying to pick games where, like, you're learning more, you're learning tactics, you're learning how to attack. Especially my ones where I do learn from the trash talker. Let me know if you guys would want to see me do even more educational content where I talk about, you know, some opening theory, stuff like that. Because again, everybody when they watch my videos, they think I'm like, you know, 200 the way that I play. But, you know, I'm actually a candidate master in the US. So I do have an ace up my sleeve. You know what I mean? I'm actually a pretty strong player. Yeah, Big W, fan of both Tempo Line and Pietro. Let's go. Then this is the best of both worlds. This is basically a collaboration, right? I'm commentating on his game. Pietro's doing his best to beat up his opponent. You know, they're in a boxing match right now. Pietro has landed a couple shots, but he's got to hit the knockout very soon, guys. He's got to do it to his opponent. He's thinking right now. Pietro is thinking. It looks like he's about to play the move. Should I zoom in right now? Zoom in. Oh. Didn't mean to move that, but Pietro is thinking. He's locked in. His hand looks like he might be making a move. Moving towards the board. Maybe not. All right, we'll make it small again. But again, chat, he should play knight f5. Knight f5 gets him like a minus 2.5 position almost, according to the engine. Any other move kind of gives up the advantage. He's still minus 1, but knight f5 would be great because he wants to play king d7. He wants to double his rooks. He wants to gain more space. Maybe play knight e3 or queen e3 and win the endgame. Let's go. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, d4, e takes, knight g5, knight h6, knight takes, bishop takes, king takes, queen h5. Wow, interesting trap. I might have to look more into that one. Should we check if the live board updated? No. Yeah, it's definitely a glitch with the board. I don't know what's going on. A lot of the other games are like actually updating, but this one it's showing Pietro's game from last round, which sucks. I don't know why. I think it's because they never, like, when they agreed to a draw, they never like stopped either the clock or they never actually reported it. So that's why it's not moving on to the next game, because it's following Pietro, but Pietro's last game never technically finished. We hope Pietro will win. Yeah, let's get some support for Pietro in the chat. He is better against a 1900 FIDE. This guy's 150 points higher rated than Pietro, but Pietro is locked in. He's playing a great game so far. Will he find the best move to continue the advantage? Knight to f5. It seems pretty logical though. I think he can definitely find it. Why are you filming from a different channel? Well, I am commentating from Pietro's channel. Tempo Line, could you 1v1 Pietro? We want to see that. Yeah, I might even have to hit him up after this stream and be like, hey, let's collab. I would be down to do that. I mean, of course, Pietro's playing in this tournament for the next couple days, so it might be later this month, but if y'all would all want to see that, I would be happy to. Me and Pietro could play a couple games, maybe classical, maybe, create a couple shorts together. I'd be down. Pietro's super nice guy, super wholesome content creator. I love his stuff, so I'd be willing to collaborate with him. Only a genius will win against a 1900 FIDE short from Pietro? Yeah, for sure. He will probably make a short out of this, especially if he has a good win at the end or some kind of tactic. But so far, he's positionally playing a great game. I mean, he did make a mistake a little bit earlier. He gave up the advantage, but he was able to get it back. Like right here, he had a great position. His bishop was a monster, and then he traded his bishop for some reason. I don't know why. He wanted to just trade all the pieces and, claim that since he's up a pawn, he could win, but sometimes you want to keep your advantage with your pieces on the board. You don't want to trade your good pieces for their bad pieces. That is not a good idea. Have I ever met Magnus Carlsen? I have never met Magnus Carlsen, but hopefully I will meet him soon. I want to meet Magnus. He's definitely one of my idols in chess. He's the GOAT in my opinion. So I would love to meet Magnus. Maybe if if I keep up with the content creation, keep making videos, maybe I could get a collab with Magnus one day. That would be sick. That would be awesome. All right, Pietro's locked in now. Like, he's got his hands over his face. He's focused. He's looking for the best move. Trying to figure out what to do. Yeah, I would say I also have like a bunch of different things that I do when I'm playing a game. When I'm thinking, like, I love putting my hood up. I love locking in. I usually don't play in the hat, but I love like having the hood up so that I'm like locked in, I'm like focused, because there's a lot of distractions. Like, look at Pietro now. I think he's getting a little bit distracted. He's looking at the other games, he's thinking, but what makes you a really strong player is that you think during your opponent's time. So I don't think Pietro's doing that too well in this game, but a lot of master level players, especially GMs, when their opponent is thinking on their time, you're thinking already, and that helps you in order to already decide and put more pressure on your opponent's position. Are you Pietro's friend? I mean, I would say we're friends. Why not? Like, I don't know him personally, but, I'd say in the content creation world, he's a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. We could be friends. Your English is very good. Thank you very much. I mean, I'm from the US, so, like, English is, I mean, it's tied for my first language. I also speak Russian, actually, fluently, but, yeah. You made a photo with Pietro. Oh, awesome. All right, what did Pietro just play? Pietro played king to d7. I think it's a little bit early to be playing this move. He should have played knight to f5 because now bishop d4. Pietro has lost the advantage. Gorilla Gambit, you're saying what's up, Tempo Line? What's down, my guy? Because, the evaluation bar is down now because bishop to d4 is actually equalizing, because the idea was knight f5 to stop bishop d4. Now with bishop d4, we can't do the same thing because now the queen has to retreat and our position is extremely passive. We can't really take this pawn because then rook to b1 attacking here, and he is going to take with check. And now this position, it's only better for white, really. I mean, this looks difficult. After it takes, wait, what's the point here? Can we not take? Oh, rook d8 would be good. Okay, there are some tricks. Definitely some tricks, but Pietro messed up. King to d7 is too passive. He had to play knight f5 to keep his advantage. No, Pietro blundered. It's okay. We believe in Pietro. Also, his opponent might blunder. Maybe he doesn't find bishop d4. Maybe he plays like rook here, and then we have rook c4 doubling. So king d7 is good. Like, it was a good idea, but just not right now. In a couple moves, he had to play king d7. Not right now. Right now, knight f5 was very important. Have you seen the Napoleon Bonaparte game versus Mechanical Turk? I've probably seen the game, but I don't know what you're talking about from just the players. Where is this tournament? Grenke Chess? Let me find that out for you, my friend. Where is the Grenke Open? It's somewhere in Europe. It is in Germany. Yes, it is in Karlsruhe, Germany. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but hopefully his opponent is a proud resident of Blundersville. I don't think so. His opponent is actually 150 points higher rated than Pietro. So Pietro has made a mistake, unfortunately. Last move, he was -2 if he just played knight f5, stopping bishop to d4. But now he has unfortunately allowed bishop to d4. Let's make this the main line. And now if his opponent finds bishop d4, the position is equal again. His opponent is from Germany, so he's probably local to the tournament. Pietro is from Switzerland, so also not too far from Germany if my geography is correct. I am pretty far from Germany, though. It's all the way across the world in Europe. I am in the US, which is, of course, in North America. But it's cool, you know, sometimes I think about it's cool how technology has advanced. You know, I'm commentating from his game in the US while this is all actually happening live in Germany. A lot of you guys might be watching from a bunch of different countries. Let me know in the chat, where are we all watching from today? Where are a lot of Pietro's fans and my fans from? Where are we tuning in from today? It would be pretty cool if Pietro made a brilliant move. That'd be pretty hype. Yeah, knight f5 also stops queen takes, but I don't think this is the idea. This would give Pietro the advantage, right? Because then knight f5 defends, the queen is stuck, and now minus 4.5. So queen takes h7 would be a big blunder from his opponent. I don't think he's going to play that. From Ireland. Wow. Very cool, very cool. You're from Mars. I don't think that's true, but we will assume. I'm from India. Fire. I know I got a lot of fans from India, so a lot of support from India. Shout out to India. How are the Indian players doing today? How's Prague doing? How is Divya doing? How is Vaishali doing? Hopefully they're doing well. Not sure though. I haven't watched the candidates' games right now. In Ireland. Gotta love the Irish fans. Shout out to Ireland. You from Dublin by any chance? We got over 20 viewers right now. Let's go. And Pietro's opponent plays b5. Not the best move. Pietro is better again. Yes! Chat, W's in the chat. Pietro is better. Again, he has to play either knight f5 or rook to c4 to keep the advantage. Knight f5 is the best move. A takes b5 is still kind of good, but his opponent will have rook c to b1, and then after rook c4, his opponent gets rook takes b5, and I think this position is kind of hard to evaluate. It's not that much better. Will I play competitive matches like Pietro? Yes, in the future I will, my friend. Good question. But yeah, b5 is not the best move, so his opponent definitely made a mistake. Not from Dublin, that's okay. Go Pietro, let's go. Go Pietro. Knight f5 also places the knight on a better square. Yeah, I agree. Like, it makes the knight more active. It stops bishop d4. It blocks this queen from taking the pawn. It's doing 3 different things while also keeping the knight more active. The knight loves being in the center because then it becomes an octopus, right? It controls so many more squares when it is in the center of the board rather than just defending over here. So Pietro has a couple good moves. I hope he doesn't play like a5. a5 is no good. Stopping this because then this becomes a weakness and bishop d4 equalizes the game. So this is a very common move that Pietro can make to blunder. But yeah, rook c4 and knight f5 are the two best moves here. A takes b5 is also fine, but Pietro would have to be very, very careful. You had a chat with Pietro today. That's awesome. What did he say? Was he hyped for his game? Was he ready? Did he know he was going to upset a 1900? What do you think? Fools will resign. Wise men might make a draw, but only a true genius can win the game. Can Pietro be a genius and win the game. The evaluation is like a seesaw. It's going up and then down and up and then down. His opponent is not playing too great. I can't even lie. I would have won this game already. I'm just joking. Pietro's playing fine. Making a couple mistakes, but it's okay. Now he's locked in. He's thinking. Let's get a zoom in on the board. Let's get a zoom in on Pietro. Opa. Pietro's locked in. He has 35 minutes. I think his opponent has 25 minutes. I can't see behind the pawn, but very interesting position. Pietro is locked in. He is thinking, will he be able to clutch the W? Collab with Botez live for a Trash Talk video, bro. They are huge. If I would be able to collab with them, I would definitely take it. I used to watch them a lot growing up as well, so they are super cool, super hype. And they trash talk a little bit too, so I think that would be hype for sure if I can make that happen. If I'm ever out in like Cali, I think they're from Cali, that'd be hype. But yeah, I'm low-key on the other side of the country. I'm from New Jersey, which for those of you who don't know is right next to New York, which is on the other side of the US compared to California. He should win. He must win. A true genius will win. That's what I like to say. That's what Pietro likes to say. Will he be a true genius or will he be a dummy? As Tushar likes to say. Mr. Fishy likes the position right now. Again, rook c4 and knight f5. Best moves. Either one of these moves, we are happy. Because we're taking more space. We're getting ready to double. We're getting ready to improve our position. Maybe play queen e3. Maybe play knight e3, knight c4. A lot of ideas here. Pietro is the one playing for the advantage. But I'm hoping that he doesn't think that his opponent's threat is bishop b4 and plays a5. a5 is a bad move. Because then bishop d4 gets the equality. Are you the guy from How to Beat a Trash Talker? Yes, I am. That is me. Tempo Lion. That is my name. The lion is the king of the jungle, but I am the king of the chessboard. You're from Canada. Let's go. Hi to Canada. I've been to Canada a few times. I used to play ice hockey when I was younger. So I used to travel to Ontario, like Toronto, and I've also been to Montreal. A lot of different places in Canada. We've been streaming for almost 2.5 hours watching, so I appreciate all of you guys that are still tuned in watching Pietro. We are getting to the critical moments. Will he hold on to his advantage against the 1900, or will he squander it and draw or lose the game? Ken, you got a shout out. Anthony Nowak, here is your shout out. Hopefully I said your name right. Quitting 15, there's your shout out as well. Roses are red, violets are blue. You're bad at chess. I'm gonna destroy you. Let's go. Good luck. You'll need it. That is my line from the videos. That video actually did really well. Like specifically that video, I think has like 12 or 13 million views on YouTube. So amazing video. A lot of support on that video. So a lot of you guys have probably seen it. I do not remember you with glasses. No, I do not wear the glasses in the videos. I'm trying to seem more intellectual, you know what I mean, for the commentary, but also, yeah, I can take off the glasses, but also, you know, they also help with the vision. So, you know, I don't really need to see stuff in my videos because the chessboard is right there. But yeah, I do wear glasses. I wear contacts sometimes. Yeah, unfortunately do not have perfect vision, but you know, Pietro wears glasses too. A lot of people wear glasses around the world, especially now with so many people watching the screens, watching YouTube too much as kids. Yeah, we need glasses, but it's okay. It's not not a big deal. So yeah, I do wear my glasses sometimes. Since you mentioned it, I'll take off the glasses for a bit. Now hopefully you recognize it a little bit. I wore the hat. At the start I wasn't even wearing the hat. I was just chilling like this. Yeah, some people don't recognize me yet. I feel like I don't have a, you know, I just started recently, so people are just stumbling upon my videos. So if you've come from my videos, thank you for tuning in. But yeah, getting more into streaming, getting more into content creation, having a lot of fun, making people smile, commentating, helping Pietro out. You do look smart with them? Okay, we'll keep them on then. I gotta look like a smart guy for the commentary, you know what I mean? Gotham Chess wears glasses too. Everybody's wearing glasses these days. Man, you recently are blowing up on YouTube. That's a good thing. I love the support. It's been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, my first video that went like pretty viral, that got 1 million views, I posted like end of December, like December 28th. And after that video, like, I went from around 2,000 followers on Instagram, 0 followers, by the way. I didn't even have a YouTube channel. I didn't even have one. 0 followers on YouTube, basically 0 followers on TikTok. And since the end of December, so basically in like 3 full months, now I have over 65,000 subscribers on YouTube. I love my community that we're building. It is amazing. We have like over like 37,000. I think we hit like 37 or 38,000 on TikTok today. 37,000 if I'm not mistaken on TikTok. And just over 19,000 on Instagram. So we are doing amazing. And it is absolutely phenomenal. Hopefully I can keep up the momentum. Still making a bunch of videos. Still posting every single day. So I've been grinding. You know, if you want to succeed at anything, you have to put your whole passion and your heart into it, and then you will see results. So that's what I've been doing. I've been trying my best. I see a bunch of people giving some support in the chat, so thank you so much to everybody. When will I be streaming next? The one thing that I have not figured out is my streaming timeline. So like I said before, for those of you who were in the stream earlier, I'm actually in college right now. So since I'm in college, I do have classes that I got to go to. I got to make sure I keep my grades up, you know. So I don't have a streaming schedule, but I will make a streaming schedule very soon. Because I love streaming. It's a lot of fun, whether it's playing against viewers, whether it's commentating on other streamers' games, whether it's, you know, guest ELO, whatever my chat will love to see. I want to build up my community on Twitch and YouTube. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm going to the Poconos later today. So for this weekend, there probably won't be any streams from me, other than this one, of course. But yeah, next week I'll get back and I'll keep up the YouTube streams or Twitch streams. Will you ever quit content creation? I mean, I just started, so I'm not really thinking about quitting or retiring right now. We're just getting started. We're just pumping the engine up, you know what I mean? The train's just getting started. So, but I don't think, you know, you should be thinking about quitting. You know, it's important to, you know, if you love what you do, if you have fun with it, you just keep doing it. And I'm having a lot of fun talking to people in chat. Pietro's chat, I was commentating for Hannah Sace. If you guys know her on Twitch, we had a bunch of people in the chat there. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. And just make sure, like, ignore the haters. Like, there's always going to be haters. You know, there's people on my channel that in the comments, they say, oh, this is so cringy. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, you're bad at chess. Guys, at the end of the day, like, in order to do something like this, to pursue your dreams, to do what you love, you have to not listen to the haters. You have to just have that voice in your own mind saying, hey, I love what I do. I don't care if some people are going to hate. Other people are going to love my content. And, you know, you're always going to have people that are going to hate, but you're going to have so many more people that are supporting you, especially if you're improving your content. You're getting better every day. You're learning how to do stuff better. Like, guys, I didn't even know how to make a layout on stream a week ago. I didn't even know how to put my camera here, the board over there, the live stream over there. And I figured it out because I love to do it, and you know, I want to get better. So if you, there's a really important lesson from a very famous quote, very famous book, sorry, and it says that if you improve yourself 1% every day, just 1% every single day, over the course of the year, you improve yourself by 37 times. You get 37 times better if you just pick one thing and improve 1% every day. So that is my lesson for you guys. Don't listen to the haters. Keep improving at what you love, what you're passionate about, and you can achieve anything. Don't worry. This is just the start. Don't worry about the haters, whatever they're saying. Ignore the haters. What year are you in college? I am a sophomore in college, so second year in college. What is your FIDE rating? A little bit over 1900. Pietro has just played a move, guys. Let's zoom in on the board. I will answer some more questions. What did Pietro play? He did not play either of the two most popular moves, unfortunately. What did he play? He took the pawn. Okay, guys, we said the best moves were knight f5 and rook to c4. He played the third best move, a takes b5. So he still has the advantage, minus 1.5. We're going to update you guys on the board. Pietro has played this. It's not the best move, but it still keeps the advantage. And his opponent has a tough decision. He has to find rook c to b1 to keep it interesting. And here Pietro has to play rook to c4 to keep the advantage because he has to give back this pawn and play queen a6. And now he has a lot of threats, but I don't love this position, guys, because his opponent can get in and counterattack. So I think Pietro did not play the best move, but he still has the advantage. Pietro is better, but it's not winning. Knight e5. Okay, so the reason knight f5 was better is because if they play g4, you have queen e3. The only move to continue your advantage, because now you can't take the knight. The queen is under attack. If they trade queens, knight takes, you're attacking this pawn and also threatening knight c4. Position is amazing here, guys, because if a6, you can play rook c4, rook c8, double the rooks, and your position is winning because now you're up 2 pawns. Position is amazing here. But Pietro did not play this, unfortunately. He might have been scared of g4, and he played a takes b5. Now both players are not at the board. What is going on? His opponent is walking around. Pietro, after he played his move, he left. What are we doing here, guys? Are we playing chess, or are we going on a walk? Hey, it's another Pietro live. Yes, Pietro is live. Tempo Lion commentating here. That is me. Hopefully, we are going to get a dub coming in from Pietro. He is better. Does he have that clutch factor? Does he have that true genius ability to win this game? Give a shout out to Spanish Hate Ball. Spanish Haiti Ball. Shout out to you, my friend. According to Checking Checkers, you're a great guy, so shout out to you. Watch them studying the position from the opponent's side. Yeah, there's a very famous game where Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest GM in history. Fun fact, he's actually from the same state as me. He's from New Jersey as well. And he was watching Gukesh's game before he beat him from Gukesh's side. And I think he was playing against another player who actually went to his side. It might have been Hikaru. And they were both looking at the position from the opposite side. Oh, it was Hans Niemann he was playing. And they did that. So, super funny. Is Arsenal winning the Champions League? Hopefully. I mean, I am an Arsenal fan, so hopefully. Okay, Pietro is back at the board. But wait, let's zoom in here. I think his opponent has not played a move yet. Yeah, his opponent's time is going. I mean, he still has time. They both still have over like 20 minutes. But Pietro is waiting for his opponent to come back. Yeah, Abhimanyu Mishra was a GM when he was 12 years old. Oh, you might also be talking about my most recent video where I was talking about Javohir Sindarov being a GM at 12. He was also a GM at 12. And he is leading the candidates after beating Hikaru today. Let me double check that that's true. Because somebody said that in the chat, but let me double check. Always gotta fact check, you know what I mean? Yeah, Javohir Sindarov beat Hikaru Nakamura today. But Fabiano Caruana is beating Mateusz Bluebomb. So Bluebomb might lose his first game. Even though this Grenke Open is in Germany, we might have some German fans here. Bluebomb is losing. So Fabiano is still kind of staying on Blue Bomb's tail. And then Prague Yesipenko was a draw. Anish Giri Wei was a draw. If Fabi wins, he will have 3.5. So he will still only be a point behind. But they are both running away with the tournament. Javohir Sundara, 4.5 out of 5. Wow. Crazy. Dude, everybody left. I mean, some people left. We still got 22 people left. 20 people watching on YouTube. Let's go. Shout out to people on Pietro's YouTube. Yeah, guys, this guy's spending a long time away from the board. He might be, I don't know where he's at. In the bathroom? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? It's been a minute. It's been a while. Feel like nobody can see my messages? Joe Smith, I can see your messages loud and clear. Don't worry about it. I got to 1754 rapid. And it was your peak rating, and then after 6 days, you're 1645. Hey, don't worry about that. That's the thing about chess is, I think you go up in increments, right? You go up in steps. Sometimes it takes you like a month at the same rating to finally break through, and then you'll fall back down, and then you'll slowly come back up. So, tempo, what time control is this? They each had 100 minutes on the clock, and every single move, they get 30 extra seconds, and once they reach move 40, they get an extra 30 minutes. Bro had too much Taco Bell before the game? Maybe. Very possible. No hate to Taco Bell, though. I love Taco Bell. But yeah, he is, his opponent is still not at the board, and it's his move, so. This is good for Pietro, though. He can calmly keep thinking. His position is better. You bet a lot of money that Pietro will not play Queen G8. Bro, it's not even legal to play Queen G8. You're only at 410 ELO. Hey, don't worry about it. You know, everybody starts in different places. As his opponent's back. Yes. More exciting chess. Don't worry. You could still, as long as you have fun with it, you keep practicing, you keep playing, you're just going to keep getting better at chess. That's what I love about chess. It's what you get out of it, you know? It's what you put into it is what you get out of it. So the more you practice, the more you play, you'll get better. David Cron just got to 2170. That's fire, my friend. ELO is like rating. It's your rating on chess.com or FIDE or USCF, whatever. Yeah, see, David Cron, he was 300 2 years ago, and now he's 2170. So it just takes time. As long as you're playing, if you're doing tactics, you're watching videos, and you're learning from your mistakes, you're going to get better and better. That's what chess is. It's a lifelong game. You can keep improving no matter what age you are. Whether you're a youngster, whether you're like 5 years old, you can still play chess. Whether you're 70 or 80 years old. That's what I love about chess. You could play people at any age and, you know, they could still play a great game of chess. Gotham Chess, yeah, he's great. He has great videos, a lot of educational stuff, a lot of other people. Gotham Chess inspired me to start content creation as well. So I watched Gotham Chess back in the day, and now I'm a streamer as well. So I'm hoping that I could maybe inspire people one day as well. Super cool, super cool. Alright, so Pietro's opponent is thinking. Let's see what he decides to do. Pietro chose the right guy to be a commentator of his stream. I appreciate that. You know, I'm trying my best. I always love bringing the energy, bringing the hype. You know, I love watching streams where the commentators, you know, talking to chat, telling stories, commentating on the game, talking about a bunch of stuff. So, I'm trying my best. You and Pietro should collab and face each other. We have never done that before, but hopefully we will. You know, now we know each other. I'm commentating for him, so I think once his tournament ends, I'd be more than happy to collab with him. Hey, Code Boys, you came from my channel. I appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by. Doing a bunch of commentary right now. And his opponent plays pawn to a5. Wow. Again, not the best move. Guys, we're getting a lot of not best moves here. But Pietro, the only move to keep his advantage significant, -3, is queen a6. And this looks like kind of an ugly move, but what he's doing is he's stopping pawn to a6. He's defending his pawn. But now after bishop b4, the idea is to play rook takes c1, rook takes c1, rook c8. And if you trade, now Pietro is going to be up 3 pawns? Am I seeing that correctly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against 1, 2, 3, 4. He's up 3 pawns. And he is easily going to be able to win this position because as long as he could just trade, you know, he can't take because takes and the knight takes and up 3 pawns is so easy. And yeah, Pietro's position is very simple if he is able to trade the rook. So rook cb1 would have been better, but his opponent blunders with a5. Guys, Pietro's just better here. Let's take a zoom into the board real quick. Pietro is much better in this position. Yep, bishop is still there. Everything is still there. I mean, the only other alternative is like queen a7 or queen c6, but they're just bad. Like queen c6 you never want to play because bishop d2 and now the rook is attacking, right? You don't want that. Queen a6 is very logical, right? You're stopping a6. And queen a7 would just blunder the pawn. So like, I feel like this is a pretty easy move to find, and it's the best move. Like his opponent is forcing him to play a best move, which is why, you know, his opponent is definitely making mistakes. Like, and Pietro plays queen a6. W Pietro in the chat. He played the best move. Let's go. And yes, Fabiano Caruana has defeated Matthias Bluebaum. So Bluebaum will not draw every game in this tournament. He has lost to Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano Caruana is still following Javohir Sindarov. You know, Fabiano Caruana is 3.5 out of 5, which is not a... It's a good start, but Javohir Sindarov 4.5 out of 5 is crazy. Is there a clock? There is a clock on the live board, but unfortunately chess.com, the DGT board got messed up and it's his game from last round, but the clock is right here. So Pietro has 27 minutes, his opponent has 37. So Pietro is down around 10 minutes on the clock, but his position is much better. And now his opponent plays a move. What did he play? He played rook c to b1. So he's attacking this pawn, but now Pietro has tactics. He can play the move pawn to b4 because he's attacking the bishop and attacking the queen. So you can't take this pawn, otherwise you're going to lose the queen. And basically Pietro can force a queen trade, which will get him a much better position because after queen takes, b takes a6, you do lose a pawn. But after this, you can just play rook f to d8, unpin your knight. Then you can play knight to c6 or knight to f5, and Pietro's just up 2 pawns in this position. Pietro's just up 2 pawns. Guys, Pietro's going to win this game. Pietro's up 2 pawns, and it's so easy. Like, this position is awesome. b4 is an easy move to find, because otherwise you just lose the pawn. I mean, rook c4 is also possible to not lose the pawn, but come on, Pietro, you're up 3 pawns. Don't be greedy, my friend. Give 1 pawn back that is doubled, that is ugly, so that you can trade the queens and win this position. Come on, Pietro, we believe in you. You got this. Can I play against you later? Probably not, my friend. I'm not going to lie. We've already been streaming for almost 3 hours, so I'm probably going to head out, go and eat some lunch after this. But definitely during my other streams. I play against viewers all the time. The great Bluebaum sweep is over. Hey, don't worry. Bluebaum's going to win every other game. The sweep is not over yet. He's just making it more interesting. You know, he wants to leave it all down to the last couple games where he's going to make the comeback. And Pietro, my friend, plays b4. b4, beautiful move by Pietro. Forcing the queen trade because if you move the queen away, the bishop is bye-bye. And if he takes, this is just going to be a trade. The bishop has to take, right? Rook can't take because the rook attacks the bishop. And after bishop takes, Pietro is -3. He is up 2 pawns in an endgame. All he has to do is move the rook away, then bring the knight, hopefully trade the rooks, and this is an easy endgame. Very easy. Pietro is beating a 1900 level player. Pietro, vamonos, my friend. Let's get the dub. Again, Pietro's 1 out of 2. He had 2 very tough games where he barely hung on for a draw against stronger players. And now he is getting his revenge with the black pieces. He's about to hit that knockout blow against his opponent. His opponent is now probably going to get into the tank and think about how does he even think about saving this position. But Pietro is the only one who can win this position. He is much, much better. Will he be able to win or will he fumble it? -3 according to the computer. Let's go, Pietro. Imagine Queen G1 instead of Queen A6. That would have been crazy. Crazy mouse slip. Over the board mouse slip to the other side of the board. That'd be crazy. That would have been hilarious. His opponent takes the queen. So we're going into the line that I talked about. Queen takes. Pietro is probably going to take. And he does. And now his opponent plays bishop takes b4. This is what we were analyzing, guys. And now Pietro has a couple good moves. Rook b8 is good too. But I would just get out of this pin. At the end of the day, you want to use your pieces, right? When you're up 2 pawns, you want to use all of your pieces. You want to develop this knight to a good square. The knight is going to be stronger than the bishop because the bishop can only control the dark squares. The knight can jump from light square to dark square and create a lot of threats, especially if the knight can get to c4. This pawn will forever be a weakness. Rook b8 is good too. Like, you could just double the rooks. Like, you don't have to go here. And, you know, white doesn't really want to take because just king takes e7. And now this is just winning up 2 pawns. And if rook b6, you just go rook a8, defending. And you can simply just go rook a7, stopping any checks. And you could even give up this pawn. You could just play d4. This would be a winning position. Because if he takes, you can take and play d3. And now there's no way to stop this pawn. Check, we don't care. And if they try to run back, they're not in time because we promote and we win the game. We could have promoted to a rook as well. Okay, let's see what happens. B takes a6, bishop takes b4. It is now Pietro's move. -3 in the position. Take a closer look. Come on, Pietro. Be confident. You are winning, my friend. You should always believe in yourself. Believe and you can achieve anything. You can beat a strong player even if he's a GM. If you believe in yourself, chat. Always believe in yourself. We need a great Fabi sweep. Yeah, low-key, I'm rooting for Fabi now. I was rooting for Hikaru, but Hikaru's selling, bro. He's not clutch enough. Fabi, even though he lost yesterday, not yesterday, 2 days ago against Sindarov, he still has a chance. It's going to be a race between Caruana and Sindarov. Sindarov definitely is probably pissed, right? He's like, yo, I just beat you. I've won 4 out of my 5 games, and I'm only up 1 point in the tournament. Are we serious? Like, he should already be running away with it, but yeah, Sindarov definitely in form. Fabi playing great too, though. And remember, it's a long tournament. 14 rounds in the candidates, so Fabi will still play against Sindarov later. So if he beats Sindarov next time, he can easily get that point back. So it's not over yet. Candidates is far from over. Yeah, I mean, there's also like rook c4 ideas. I don't love it though. Like, you want to, oh, sorry. You want to keep your rooks connected because it also stops white from infiltrating, right? If you play rook c4, then there's bishop d6, and now it's all of a sudden it's equal because his opponent is threatening rook b7 to take the knight. So that's why you, like, I think it's more probable for Pietro to play rook b8, but rook d8 is a very good move as well. Because if rook d8 and his opponent goes here, you could play knight f5. Because rook b7 is not anything because you go king e8, defending everything. And it looks a little bit unsafe, but because you're attacking this, you're fine. So I think rook b8 is more just like natural. Like pinning this bishop. Because if you trade everything, this is completely winning. He's just up 2 pawns. Now he should trade everything. His bishop is better than the knight right now because it's pinned. How many rounds are there in this tournament? I believe it's 9 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but in the Grenke chess, it is 9 rounds. Pietro is in round 3 right now. So he is 1 out of 2. He drew his first 2 games, and he is still playing. What is your favorite opening trap? Good question. The Blackmar-Deemer Gambit, if you know what that is. I love the Blackmar-Deemer Gambit. You're a really good cuber. I'm assuming you're talking about Rubik's Cube. Average 15 seconds in 3x3 and 3 seconds in 2x2. But due to chess, I'm largely out of cubing. Wow, awesome. Yeah, Rubik's Cubing is really, really fun. I have a couple Rubik's Cubes at home as well, but I never got really competitive with it. I kind of learned how to solve it, but my Rubik's Cubes were always like slower. I never had like a competitive cube. I know the competitive ones move like so quick with your hands, but yeah, I never had like a competitive cube, so I never got super into it, but I know cubing is a lot of fun. I would say cubing is kind of similar to chess. You know, it's a lot of pattern recognition, understanding. Your favorite is Alien Gambit? Yeah, that's a good one. Alien Gambit is a lot of fun, for sure. Especially with Witty Alien going crazy. You know, especially if you learn the theory of it, like low-key, it's a pretty good opening. But I play the Carol Khan, so I have to fight against the Alien Gambit all the time. So, yeah, I kind of gotta counter it. So, and I also play D4 more. So I don't really play E4 as much. Minnesota Blitz Chess Championship. Good luck. Wait, I don't know what MN means. I'm just assuming it means Minnesota, but it probably does not mean Minnesota. What about the Night Gambit? What is the Night Gambit? The Halloween Gambit? I do like the Halloween Gambit, but it's easier to refute. All right, Pietro has played his move. Wow, Pietro plays the best move according to the computer. Well, previously. Then we figured out that Rook B8 was a little better. He plays Rook F to D8. Very proud of Pietro for this move. He's getting his knight out of the way. He's getting ready to go knight C6 or knight F5, and then bring the rook to B8. Excellent job from him. Martian Gambit is funnier than Alien Gambit. Both are mad funny, bro. With Witty Alien and his energy, like, it's awesome. I love Witty Alien. I used to watch him before I started content creation too. Brilliant! Are you not entertained? Alien Gambit! Viking variation! Super funny guy. Alright, his opponent plays Bishop D6, which is a great move, right? Because he's trying to go Rook B7. And Pietro has to either play King E8 or Knight F5. This is why I like the Rook B8 better before. Because now you can play Rook B8, and you won't be able to trade. So, Pietro has to be accurate here. He's still better, but King E8 is good and Knight F5. Knight F5 would be spectacular if he plays it. He has to play one of those two moves. You hear Discord too? Yeah. Some of my my chats for my Rutgers chess team is talking about something on Discord. So yeah, you guys are hearing my Discord notifications. My bad. Apologies for the Discord notifications. You hate D4? See, I used to play E4. I played E4 until I was 1800 USCF. But then I decided to switch to D4 because it was more strategic. And yeah, E4 I feel like people prepare for more. Okay. Pietro has played King E8. Second best move in the position. Pietro likes playing the second best move. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Pietro does not like playing the best move, but he always plays like the second best move in the position. Which sometimes is good enough to win, but against strong players, the problem is if you play the second best move, they're gonna punish you. So let's see what happens here. His opponent will probably go Rook B7 or Rook B6. If you go Rook B6, we just have D4 is the best move. We could also play Rook A8. D4 is interesting. Why? What if they take D3? What if you just stop it? Oh, then you have D2 with tactics. Oh, because you can't take. back rank. And now we win the game. And if you go here, knight f5 comes in and knight e3 wins the game. Wow, okay, Pietro has, like, dude, I feel like you could just calculate this to the end almost at some point. Halloween Gambit and Scholar's Mate. Scholar's Mate stops working at a certain point. That's the problem. All right, let's zoom in and see with the live action what is his opponent going to do. His opponent has 24 minutes. Pietro has 17 minutes. Oh, why is this glitching? What is going on here? Sorry, guys. Let me fix that. There we go. Let's see what his opponent decides to do. Pietro is definitely better. According to the computer, according to Mr. Fishy, he is -3 almost. His opponent's best moves are rook b6 and g4. And his opponent plays the best move, rook b6, but it doesn't matter. Pietro's position is still better. The problem is his best move is hard to play. d4 is hard. d4 is hard. Like, d4 is a good idea, though, because after rook takes d3 is just winning. But it's hard to play. The other good move is rook a8, just defending, but it seems passive. I don't like getting into passive positions, which is why maybe rook b8 was better earlier to not allow his opponent to get this setup right here. Knight f5 is not as good because then they get the pawn, right? So you can give up this, but after king d7, you're not going to take this pawn. And after rook a7, there's a lot of compensation. Like, I don't think he's going to win this game. I mean, black is better, but... you know, especially when you're not above 2,000, like, you can really mess up endgames like this. So I don't love it. I think you should always beat your opponents before the endgame when you're below 2,000. Once you're above 2,000, you have a little bit more endgame practice and experience, and you will be able to play better. What's your opinion on the bishop's opening? I mean, you mean like e4, e5, bishop c4? I mean, it's not bad, but like, it's not one of the main opening systems that I would recommend learning. Like, I would recommend just learn the Italian at that point, or the Vienna, which are both very, very interesting. If you don't want to play knight f3, the Vienna is a great attacking option. But the bishop's opening, like, as long as you're not going queen f3 or queen h5 after, I think it's not bad, but... collab with the Nelson boys? Who are the Nelson boys? I don't know who that is. You saw I played against Sadistic Tushy. You won. Congrats. Yeah, I did win one of our games. What is the best gambit? I mean, there's a lot of really strong gambits. I wouldn't say there's a best one, but it's about what you have fun with, right? When you're playing a gambit, you're playing purely to have fun, right? Because gambits are not strategically correct. If your opponent is a GM, you shouldn't play a gambit, in my opinion. But, and if you want to get better, gambits are good for attacking. But if you want to get better at positional strategic chess, you shouldn't play gambits. But like, there are gambits like, you know, like the Queen's Gambit is not really a gambit. Like, I don't know. I like the King's Gambit. It's very aggressive. The Vienna Gambit is very good. You know, because you don't really want to play a gambit that has one trick. You don't want to be a one-trick pony. You want to have multiple attacking variations where you're, you know, have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. So the Alien Gambit is really good at that, actually. The Alien Gambit gives you a lot of tricks to choose from. That's why I don't like the Halloween Gambit. I feel like the Halloween Gambit's kind of like one main trick that you have, maybe two. But like, if your opponent knows what to do, or they just give back the piece, like, it's not so great for white. Pietro is locked in. He's thinking. Bobo John Chess, what is up, my guy? Code Boys, you love Italian? Yeah, me too. The Italian game is pretty good. When I was younger, I used to play the Scotch a lot. Not the Scotch Gambit, but the Scotch Gambit is pretty scary. I used to play the Scotch game. Aren't you tired of doing stream and commentating? Nah, I'm hype. I love this. Like, this is fun for me. So, we are 3 hours in, and we're still going strong. Hopefully, you guys appreciate, you know, the content, the commentary. I'm trying my best here to keep the energy up for all of you. It is getting into the crucial moments of the game, but Pietro is -3, so he is winning against a stronger player, 1900, but will he be able to win this game, chat? What do we think? This is a very important moment. If he plays d4, he's a GM. Very genius idea, which I don't think he'll find. Rook a8 is more passive. Rook c2 is apparently also good, apparently also winning. What's the idea? If he takes, oh, d4. The main idea is d4. If you can get d4 in, it's winning. But d4 is a hard idea to spot. You saw my video about Javohir Sindarov. Yeah, guys, I was right. I literally predicted that Javohir Sindarov would beat Hikaru Nakamura. If you notice at the end of the video, I said, good game, Hikaru. Keep learning, bro. Hikaru lost against Javohir Sindarov today. And Sindarov is at 4.5 out of 5 points. What will Pietro play? Scotch Gambit can be easily refuted. I mean, that's up to personal opinion, my guy. I mean, that's why I don't play. Like, I know the refutation to the Scotch Gambit, so like, at a certain level, you like can't really play Gambit so much anymore. But like, Witty Alien still does a great job. He's like 2600 on chess.com. He plays Gambits, but classical is different. Okay, guys, Pietro played it. It's the second best move again, guys. Pietro, we should call him Mr. Second Best, because he keeps playing the second best move. Literally for the past like 5 moves in a row, he's played the second best move. Luckily for him, it still holds the advantage, but he's just defending, keeping his advantage. Let's take a closer look. Pietro's looking around the tournament hall. Rook a8 is not the best move, but, you know, it still keeps the advantage. Bro, Pietro, you got to play more active, my friend. Did you not learn from Gotham Chess, from Witty Alien? You have to attack, not defend. He's up 2 pawns, and he's like a sitting duck here. He's waiting for his opponent to blunder. But this is a valid strategy. If you want to get to 2,000, you can just sit and wait for your opponent to blunder. But if you want to get above 2,000, you have to, you know, push your initiative, especially when you have the advantage. He has 2 extra pawns. Use your 2 extra pawns. Use your piece activity. This knight is so bad. Like, get the knight to f5. Do something. I think he wants to threaten knight c8 though. Like, knight c8 is a pretty good idea. He got 2900 in bullet. I wouldn't be surprised. Witty Alien is so fast. He's so fast. Have to leave the stream for 10 minutes. Bye, bro. We'll come back again. All right. I appreciate you being here. Don't worry. In our country, we had a FIDE tournament, but it cost $40 to participate. Yeah, because usually they use like the tournament entry fee into like the prizes, right? Because, you know, they're not made of money, right? They need the entry fees to fund the prizes. Hey, Tempo, by the way, you are my favorite streamer. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the love and the support from everyone on the recent videos, but I appreciate you saying that in the chat. That, you know, makes me really happy to hear that. Let's see what Pietro's opponent will play. His opponent's got his hand on his head. He's probably realizing that the position's pretty tough. Very hard to make a good move here. And pay the workers. Yeah, that as well. Do I stream on Twitch? Yes, I do. Tempo Lion TV is my Twitch. I'm actually streaming on Twitch for this right now as well. A lot of people probably know me from my YouTube shorts though. I make content on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Short form content. Beat the Trash Talker if you guys have seen that. If Magnus was a trash talker. If Javohir Sindarov was a trash talker. Stuff like that. I love making videos to entertain people. You know, get more people playing chess. It's a lot of fun. Tatiana Y2, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Your favorite streamer as well. Thank you so much, guys, for all the love and support. I really appreciate it. Let's see what Pietro will do in this game. Hey, you subbed to me on Twitch. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. I only got started on Twitch recently. Like, my Twitch, I think we're at like 40 followers or something on Twitch. I'm trying to grow that too, because I want to live stream a lot more on Twitch. At first, I was live streaming on YouTube. That's why. Because on YouTube, I have like a pretty big audience already. So I was like, it makes sense to stream where my audience is. But I think streaming on Twitch is also fun. So I'm doing that too. Super underrated YouTuber. Hey, I appreciate that. I love being underrated, you know? Be the underdog. David versus Goliath, you gotta be David, right? You gotta be the underdog. You got 10K on YouTube? Hey, congrats, bro. That's hype. Congrats. I love supporting other content creators, streamers, stuff like that. That's why I'm helping out Pietro here. He needed a commentator. I stepped up. I was like, hey, let me help you out. And now I'm here. Let's go. Who is the person you play with and beat the trash talker? Unfortunately, I cannot tell you that, my friend. That is a secret. That is the secret of the channel. I cannot reveal that. So maybe one day I'll reveal it. Maybe if I set like a huge goal. If we hit like 100K on YouTube, maybe I'll reveal it. Or maybe we'll do more. This is not official. Not official. We might have to keep it a secret. Okay, his opponent played a move. His opponent has played a move. Let's zoom in and see what he played. He played rook to f1. Wow. Interesting move. Definitely not the best move, but not the worst move. Rook to f1. Not a great move. He's allowing Pietro to play knight to c8. Knight to c8 is the best move. I mean, this is the idea of rook a8, right? You defend and play knight c8. Wait, what is the point here? If knight to c8, rook to b7 maybe, but then you have knight takes d6, pawn takes d6, and rook to d7 is winning. Because, why is this winning? Because you're stopping him from attacking here. And if rook takes, king takes, rook takes f7, king takes d6, and now you might be losing these pawns, but now d4. d4 is winning. You can't take these pawns because I push. You can't push this though because rook h3 loses, but you can push e5. And now 2 connected passed pawns is good enough to win the game. Do 1 million? Yeah, if I hit 1 million subs, I will reveal who the cameraman is. That is going to be the secret. If I hit 1 million subs, oh my gosh, dude. Guys, that would be a dream come true. But that is like very far into the future. So, but I'm going to keep it up. I'm going to keep doing, you know, videos every day, streaming as much as I can, building the audience, building the community, making people smile, making more content. So, yeah, I'm hyped. This would be a crazy pull from Pietro, but if he calculates it, this is winning. Knight to c8 is a winning move. Rook f1 is weird, but he wants counterplay for sure. And now his opponent is kind of threatening bishop takes and rook b7, or just rook b7. So he has to respond. From that website, you can find great overlays for streaming and better quality. I appreciate that, bro. I'll check that out after the stream. Thank you so much. All right, let's see what Pietro will play here, guys. Very important moment. Well, guys, Pietro has played the second best move for like the past like 5 moves. He's probably going to play rook d7. This is the second best move, and it's just stopping rook b7. I think he's going to play this. Knight c8 is a better move, but as we have seen, Pietro always plays the second best move. This is a trend. He's always plays the second best move. Will he be able to find the best move and finally trade into a winning endgame? Like, that's what Pietro has to do. He's scared of trading into the endgame, but he's just winning. He's up 2 pawns, but sometimes you can give up 2 pawns to get connected passers, which are connected pass pawns, by the way, guys, in an endgame are almost always completely winning. As long as they're very far advanced and they have support, which they will be. Guys, am I a genius or what? I predicted Pietro's move. He played rook d7, the second best move again. Guys, next time Pietro is streaming or doing something, comment on his video that he always makes the second best move. As like a joke. Don't take it seriously, but why is he making the second best move every single move? Like, he's lucky that he's still winning, but yeah, he's got to start playing the best move, guys. Okay, now he's threatening this. But like, what do you do if he just goes back? Like, his opponent's best move is like rook fb1. What if he moves the bishop back? I mean, then you play knight f5, you play d4, like rook c8. Like, he has to start, you know, getting more active. Pietro is 1 out of 2. He drew his first 2 games. Do I play games like Roblox? I used to play Roblox back in the day, but yeah, not recently. But I'd be down to, like, if people would be interested in watching me stream other games like that are fun, I'd be down to, you know what I mean? But right now, you know, I love chess. I'm a master in chess, so I can talk about a bunch of stuff. I actually chess coach as well on the side, so you know, I know what I'm talking about. Teaching people, helping the game grow is my goal. But yeah, maybe other games in the future too. I'd be down, but you know, like I've seen like, you know, like Nemo, she plays other games sometimes. Hikaru, I think, tried playing other games, but you know, I'd be down to. That'd be hype if like people would support. Yeah, rest in peace, Daniel Naroditsky, bro. Daniel was like literally one of my favorite streamers and YouTubers. So yeah, super sad what happened, but yeah, he was the GOAT. So let's see, what can his opponent do? It's hard to play a move. The best move according to the computer is Rook FB1, which is still -3. By the way, if his opponent plays the best move, Pietro's still -3. So this is a great spot to be in. But he's also not going to go here because he just moved his rook here. He's not going to go here to go back. You know what I mean? Like in chess, sometimes the thing is you have to have short-term memory. Like you can't remember your previous moves because you have to think about why is this position different than a couple moves ago. And in the current position, he should double his rooks. But it's hard to play that. Hey, you're back checking checkers. I appreciate that. Thanks for coming back. But what we're talking about is that when you're playing, you always have to have a plan. What I don't like about how Pietro's playing is he doesn't have a plan. All of his previous like 5 moves, he's just like playing single moves to stop his opponent's threat. Come up with a plan, my friend. In order to win the game, you need a plan in chess. How are you going to get this into a winning endgame? How are you going to win, right? Because he could have won like 10 moves ago, realistically. If he had come up with a solid plan, instead of just playing single move threats, I think he could have won the game. Should Pietro have played knight c8? Yes, he should have, because his plan should have been to trade off the pieces, defend, give up 2 pawns, and then have 2 connected pass pawns. That's a plan that he could have had. Look, right here, knight c8, rook b7 to attack. You just take this bishop, and instead of taking this, because he's going to take this, you just play rook d7. Beautiful move, because after rook takes d7, king takes, it looks like you're losing all these pawns, but you have 2 connected pass pawns, and this is completely winning. You are now equal in pawns, but this is completely winning because your pawns are just rolling down the board. -5. -5 in this position. So, Pietro should have came up with this plan, but he didn't. He played rook to d7. A little bit of a scared move. He's stopping rook b7. I mean, it's not a bad move, but again, if you want to get better at chess, you have to come up with plans. You have to come up with ways to win. Also, what I don't like that Pietro's not doing is he's not thinking on his opponent's time. You guys can see Pietro's looking left. He's looking right. Obviously, he has a lot to think about. You know, he's streaming. He wants to watch other people's games. But when your opponent is thinking, you should be using their time to think and come up with a plan. So once you come up with a plan, you can win the game a lot easier. What is your favorite chess piece? My favorite chess piece is the king. Because it's uncommon. I feel like a lot of people say knight. A lot of people say queen. I feel like nobody says the king. So I'm gonna show the king some love. Are you his coach? I should be. Honestly, I feel like I have a lot that I could tell him that would help him with his game. I do coach people, but Pietro is not my coach. Or I am not Pietro's coach, unfortunately. But, yeah. Maybe one day, you know? But, no. I don't know. I think I'm more of like a friend. I'm a commentator, not a coach right now. But, you know, I do want to give you guys like the high-level insights, right? We always want to improve our game, so. Bye, gotta go. David Crane. See ya, bro. And his opponent actually plays the best move. So he does have the short-term memory, and he goes back, doubles the rooks, admits his mistake on the previous move, and plays a good move. Now again, knight f5. Good move. Why is knight f5 good? Because you want to improve your piece's position and attack this bishop. Knight f5, you might be scared of rook b8, but you're not actually scared of it because you can just take and then play rook d8 and you're completely fine. And remember, trading is always good because we're up 2 pawns. If he goes rook b6, now you play d4. You have to sacrifice this rook and win the game. d3, how does he stop this pawn? He cannot, because after rook b1, you have rook to c8. A tactic winning the game, which is very common in the endgame. Will Pietro find this tactic? Maybe not, but this is the kind of stuff I would be calculating in this game. Obviously, it's a lot easier to be here with no pressure and commentating. But remember, he should be calculating in a tournament. You should always look at your various options. Pietro is now thinking now. How low are we getting on the clock? Let's zoom in and check it out. Pietro has 8 minutes and his opponent has 15. Like, this is what I mean. If he had come up with a better plan when he had 30 minutes, the game would already be over by now and he wouldn't have to, you know, be in this tough position. Like, he's -3, but with only 8 minutes, it might be a little bit difficult. Hype music? Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, I love the music too. You know, keeping the vibes up, keeping the energy. We're 3 hours into the stream, 3 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. Please don't play rook c7 yet. Do not blunder your rook, my friend. Do not do that. You lost against Pietro this week. I mean, Pietro's a strong player. You know, he's 1750 FIDE. You know, he's a strong player in his own right, but I guess in this game, he's, you know, maybe a little tired. He's only playing the second best move. Literally, last 6 moves, he's played the second best move every move. He has not played the best move for a lot of consecutive moves. I mean, it is hard, right? Like, especially when you have the pressure, like the times, especially getting to him. It is hard, but if you want to become a better chess player, you have to learn from your mistakes. Hopefully, he learns from his mistakes afterwards. Okay, you're going to a tournament tomorrow. Could I give you some advice? Here's my advice for you. If you have a tournament tomorrow, believe in yourself. No matter what, believe in yourself. Whether you're playing against stronger players or weaker players, believe that you can beat anyone. If you believe, you can achieve anything that your heart desires. And make sure that after the games, analyze them. After the tournament, analyze every single one of your games. Because, remember, if you're early in your journey in chess, no matter what point of your journey you're in, you win or you learn. There's no losing. You either learn or you win. That's it. And even if you win, you can still learn. So I personally think if you reframe your mindset into thinking, hey, I'm going to try my best. I'm going to do my best. But no matter what happens, I'm going to learn. You have nothing to lose. And you have nothing to be nervous about as well. I think that's a great way to like limit the nerves, right? Everybody wants to win, right? Everybody wants to do their best. But at the end of the day, if you try your hardest, if you focus, if you do well, play good moves. You might make some mistakes, but as long as you're learning from it after the game, you got nothing to worry about. So that would be my best advice. Just try your best, have fun. Number one thing, have fun. If you're having fun, you will keep coming back to tournaments. You will keep getting better. And you'll do amazing. I believe in you, bro. Your insight is interesting. What is your rating? My rating is 2150. I am a candidate master in the US. On chess.com, my rating is like 2350. My peak is like 2450 around. I do have a good amount of experience playing tournaments. Probably more experience than Pietro. I don't know how many tournaments he's played, but I've played over 100 tournaments in my life in the US, so I'd say I know a thing or two. I've been around. All right, let's see what Pietro played. Rook to d8. What is that? That's not even the second best move. He plays rook to d8. I don't like this move. Why are you giving up the d7 square? Like, this is such a passive move. Guys, Pietro has to play more aggressive. Like, knight f5. Come on, please. Like, attack this bishop. This bishop is standing outside of your door. He's knocking on the door to your house, and you're just letting him stand there. Bro, get him out of there, right? He's walking in, and he's just chilling in your house, you know, threatening your cat. Bro, get him out of here. Attack it. And he's just going back and forth. Like, this is not good. Now his opponent can probably just play rook b7 and take the seventh rank. Thank you, I do it. Good luck. Good luck, Fate of Nations. You got this. Let's see what his opponent plays. If I was his opponent, I would play a move fast here because Pietro's probably feeling the time pressure. Let's zoom in. His opponent seems like he's about to play a move. His opponent has 14 minutes and Pietro only has 6. I would play another obvious move like Rook B7 because he probably realizes that he's worse. He's down 2 pawns, but like, at the end of the day, he is a stronger player than Pietro, and he should use his experience to put pressure on him on the clock so that Pietro blunders. And he plays Rook B7. As I was talking about it, he plays Rook B7. Now, Pietro, my friend, do not play Rook D7. Do not go for this, because then you lose. Rook takes D7, King takes D7, Rook B7, you lose the game, okay? Don't go for this, my friend. Instead, go for Knight F5. Finally, please, just go Knight F5. I've been begging you for like the last 5 moves to go Knight F5. Attack this bishop. Get this bishop out of your front door. Get him out of here. And then start pushing this pawn. You need to start pushing. Like, otherwise, your position is just so passive. What was my April Fool's joke? I did not have a great April Fool's joke this year, unfortunately. Next year, I will definitely come up with one, though. Mark my words, I will have a great April Fool's prank next year. But yesterday, I had I had a bunch of stuff to do. I had exams, and I had a debate to prepare for in college. So April 1st, I was kind of just studying. No April Fools for me. My teacher said April Fools pretty much because they gave me so many assignments and so many tests. So I did not have time. But I do love a good April Fool's joke. Your birthday was the 2nd of April, by the way. That was yesterday, right? Happy belated birthday, Checking Checkers. Super cool. Hey, a bunch of people saying happy birthday in the chat as well. Let's go. Yeah, let's get some happy birthdays in the chat. Let's do it. Chat, happy birthday. Okay, Pietro plays Knight F5. Finally, Pietro plays the best move. After like 7 moves of not playing the best move, Pietro is back on the board in the tally of the best moves. Let's go, and happy early Easter as well for those of you who celebrate Easter. Let's go. A lot of hype stuff coming in. Knight to F5, attacking the bishop. Excuse me. What will his opponent do? Will he go bishop a3? Will he go bishop c5? Bishop c5 is the best move. And now Pietro apparently has to start pushing. Also, now he can go rook d7. Because the trade is not so bad now because the knight is not hanging. And you go king c6, attacking the bishop and the rook. So you actually win material here. So rook d7 is pretty good. h5 is good. Getting more space on the king side. Is d4 good? Probably not so much because then you have g4, right? And then you're attacking this. Like, if you go here, oh, rook e7. Yeah, no good. So why does g4 not work? Because then you could take the bishop. And now this is completely winning. Now you're up 3 pawns. We are on move number 31, ladies and gentlemen. So 9 more moves till they get extra time on the clock. We have been streaming for 3.5 hours and the game is still going strong. So you guys can imagine, Pietro's probably a little tired, right? He's been playing for 3.5 hours and he is, you know, still holding strong. Can he finish out the advantage? You've been watching the stream for like 3 hours? Hey, I appreciate that. You are a diehard fan. I appreciate it. Checking Checkers. You are a W viewer. Some people hopping in, some people hopping out. Whether you just started or have been watching us for a while, Pietro is in a better position against a 1900 And he's like -3 right now. He's up 2 pawns. He's just cleanly up 2 pawns, but his king is a little inactive. So he has to find a way to break out of this position and get his king active. If he trades all the pieces, this is easy to win. So if he trades the pieces, he will win this game. This is really passing the time. I'm on a road trip and got 4 hours left. Hey, I appreciate that. Joining in, getting some entertainment in. Let's go back to the start of the game. So this actually started as an Alpine Sicilian, which turned into a French very quickly. This is a transposition of the French. And after, you know, some moves, his opponent tried sacrificing this pawn on c3. And Pietro took it. So he was up a pawn. And there would have been a really interesting line if his opponent sacrificed another pawn with bishop e3. But that did not happen. And after a3, Pietro started to take over the game. He was already -1 out of the opening, so he played pretty well. And after this, you know, Pietro took another pawn. He was up 2 pawns, but he was, you know, on the defense. His opponent did not attack him the best way, but Pietro was also not playing the best moves. He blundered a little bit with bishop takes c3. Why would you give up this bishop when the bishop's a monster? But to each their own. He thought he was up 2 pawns. He wanted to trade all the pieces off, which is, again, still better, but his opponent could have really created some counterplay with b5. And now after some more moves, bishop d4 would have equalized the game, but his opponent did not find it. He played b5 at the wrong moment. And after a takes, a5, queen a6, rook b1, b4. Pietro found an amazing move to trade the queens. And now he's still up 2 pawns. And he's been playing pretty well ever since. Not playing the best moves, but the second best moves. And he did have a moment here where, you know, the position was getting even better if he played knight to c8. This would have been really, really good for Pietro. But he did not find it. And now we are at the current position where his opponent has just played the move bishop to a3. Keeping the bishop on the board. Now Pietro can blunder here, right? If he plays a random move, his opponent will play g4 and rook e7. So he has to stop g4. And the best way to do so will either be to play rook d7 to trade the rooks, or just to play h5. h5 is the best move according to the computer to just stop this, right? And if his opponent plays h3, you just play h4. So that if he ever pushes, you have en passant winning the pawn, and he will never kick your knight out of this beautiful square on f5. You're watching the stream because I'm the one commentating? I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Should I stream snipe in 10 minutes? How are you going to stream snipe? I'm not even playing. We're commentating on Pietro's game right now. So good luck to Pietro. We got more people right now tuning in. Let's go. We got 30 people watching right now. Let's go. That's hype. Pietro is in a very crucial position right now, ladies and gentlemen. He is -3, but he only has 1 move to keep up the advantage. h5. If he can find this, he is up 2 pawns and making sure that he will win this endgame. Because what does he do to win this position? To win this position, he has to trade the rooks or trade all 3 of the pieces, because then you're just up 2 pawns. It's very easy. He has a great position here. Wow. Yes, wow indeed. He's playing against a 1900 and he is cooking. He's cooking it up. Yes, Pietro plays h5. Only a true genius can win this position, and Pietro is playing a genius caliber move right here. Should I play a bullet round? Yeah, like play some bullet, why not? Don't worry if your rating goes down, right? Your rating is going to go up, it goes down. But if you want to get better, you shouldn't play bullet. The best way to improve is to play longer time controls, like 15 plus 10, 10-minute games, so that you give yourself time to think and actually strategize. And then analyze your games afterwards. 100% learn from your mistakes. If you're playing a bullet game, just make sure you analyze after. You're baking a cake while watching this? Hey, that's fire. That's cool. Whatever you need, keep this up in the background. We're following Pietro. We're giving our support. Hopefully Pietro can win this game. Look at Magnus's game. It's a drawn position. You can always open Magnus's game as well. But yeah, we are just following Pietro right now. I want to make sure we don't miss any action, right? Because they're getting close to the time control. And his opponent plays pawn to g3. Wow. Not the best move for sure. Let's look at the reactions of the players. Pietro is writing it down. Pietro only has 3 minutes left in order to make 7 more moves. He's got to hurry up. His opponent has 9 minutes. Hopefully Pietro does not blunder. Opa, 1 second. Make this smaller again. Do you remember me from your last stream? Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. D4 is a good move, right? You need to start creating some threats of your own. You have 2 extra pawns. Push the pawns. Pawns are to be pushed. D4 is a great move. Rook A to C8 is a good move, right? You have to start giving this up at some point. Rook A to C8, what happens if here? Now you play D4, you give up this pawn and you push, right? Because we can sacrifice a pawn if we promote our pawn. Why does this win? Because if they try and defend, we push. And now our threat is knight e3 and he has no way to stop this. Knight e3 just wins the game. If they try and block, we can go rook c1. And that is going to be GG. So Pietro can actually win pretty soon. If he plays d4 or rook c8. Either of these moves look good. And he's reaching the time control, so he's going to play it soon. Have you heard of the Magnus effect? Of course I know the Magnus effect. When he gets a drawn position and he squeezes it out like an orange or like a lemon and gets every single little piece of advantage out of it and wins the game. I love doing the Magnus effect. I'm actually very similar to Magnus. I love endgames. So even if it's equal, I use my slight advantage to win games. I mean, I'm not going to compare myself to Magnus here, but like, you know, I do love doing that too. Pietro trying to figure out a plan. Brother, push the pawn. Guys, urge him forward. Push the pawn. Can we get some push the pawn in the chat? Let's go. Push and P, push the pawn. So happy for Pietro. Yeah, he does deserve this. He's been grinding for a while. He deserves to win this game against the 1900. Please, Pietro, push the pawn or rook c8. Let's go. One of these 2 moves. He plays rook d7. It's a little bit passive. It's still winning, but not so good. Push the pawn. Will he push? He's getting ready to make a move. He's thinking. Pietro pushes the pawn. Yes! Let's go. I'm hyped. Pietro pushing the pawn. How much time does he have on the clock? Let's zoom in for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. He has 1 minute and 30 seconds. His opponent has 9 minutes, but Pietro is completely winning here, ladies and gentlemen. He is -4 according to the computer. He is in a better position, but don't flag Pietro. You have to make 6 more moves to get to the time control. 6 more moves. We're on move number 33. Oh, maybe 7 more moves. Move number 33. We have to get a move 40. Pietro has 1 minute and 30 seconds. His opponent has 9 minutes, but Pietro has found this. Great move from Pietro. You should have combined this with rook ac8. Vamos! Vamonos! Let's go! Oh, somebody asked me how many people are on Twitch, and I was checking it out, but... How much do they get each turn? I actually don't know. It might be 15 or 30 seconds. There's probably increment, but... He should be fine, but still, 7 moves is a lot. But his moves are easy. Like, just play rook c8. Rook c2 if you can. Push the pawn. Knight e3. Like, this should be winning. What is my rating? 2150. USCF on chess.com. I'm like 2350. If you're asking me if I'm qualified, I'm qualified. Don't worry. I know what I'm talking about. Sort of. I do. Don't worry. I also coach as well, so I know a lot of intricacies about the positions that I can help you guys out with. But yeah, it's important to get your rooks active, right? Rooks love open and semi-open files. The knight is a monster right here. So if you could just use the rooks to support the pawn and the knight, you're going to promote this guy and you're going to win the game. Also important to note that this square is a light square, so his opponent will not be able to defend it. Okay, his opponent plays, what does he play? King to g2. He's trying to bring his king. d3, Pietro, vamonos, push the pawn. Why is this winning? Well, if you go here, king f2, rook c8, right? We're bringing the rook, and his king can't come closer to the pawn. The king goes here, we win the game with d2. Can't go here, knight e3 wins the game. The juicer is cooked. If he goes king e2, we can go rook to c3, winning the game because we attack the juicer and we're threatening rook e3 or knight e3 to push the pawn. Pietro has pushed the pawn. It's almost as if he can hear us. Pietro, vamonos, forward, pushing P. Let's go. Guys, Pietro is doing this. He's going to make a video on this earlier, how he pushed the pawn to win the game. Push the pawn. Push the pawn. Push the pawn. Let's go. Now his opponent is thinking, what is his opponent going to do? I mean, he doesn't really have much of a choice here. This is the current live position. 6 more moves until time control. 6 more moves until he gets an extra 30 minutes. But at the same time, Pietro is completely winning. So I don't know if he even needs the 30 minutes. Let's zoom in. Pietro has 1 minute and 28 seconds, chat. 1 minute and 28 seconds. He's looking back at you guys, chat. Don't worry about the spam. Whatever. Push the pawn. Spam the chat. Let's go. Push the pawn. W Pietro. Let's go. What is his opponent going to do, ladies and gentlemen? His opponent plays king f3. By the way, there's 30 seconds increment. That's why I kept it zoomed in so I could see how much increment. They get 30 seconds on every move. King f3. d2. Guys, he's just winning. d2 is so easy. Wait, is there a tactic here? d2 if you go rook d1? Is there rook d3? Oh yeah, he just wins the bishop, guys. He could just win the bishop. Literally by force, he wins the bishop. And if king e2, you can go rook d5 is good. Rook c8 was my favorite move. Rook d5 is pretty good though. Because of rook d1, now you go rook a d8, double the rooks, and you take this. Push the pawn. Let's go. And Pietro has pushed the pawn. Let's go. Pietro's playing super duper confident. He is already, I think, calculated a lot of this. And now I think his opponent only really has one move, right? Because if you don't go king e2, rook d3 is going to win the bishop. And that is probably going to win the game. I think king e2 has to be played. And then Pietro probably has like 1 or 2 more hard moves to find. But it's like easy. It's pretty easy though. Like even rook c8 is winning. Rook d5 is amazing. You know, the position has a lot of choice. What do I mean by extra 30 minutes? Once they reach move 40, they get an extra 30 minutes on their clock. Let's go. And his opponent plays king e2. Okay, now we don't push the pawn. Don't stop with pushing the pawn. Now he's pushed the pawn enough. If he pushes the pawn here, it's no good because rook takes and now we're drawing. So don't do this. This would be not good because then he'd only be up a pawn. We need to keep this as an asset. It's an asset. Don't let it turn into a liability. Rook d5 is a good move. Rook to c8 is a good move. 2 very, very good moves. I like rook c8 personally because your idea is just to go here and here and win the game. Easy money. Rook d5 is also strategic because you're trying to go rook d8 and then rook takes and win the game or push. And he can't go king here because knight e3. So don't push the pawn, guys. Don't push the pawn. Don't retreat the pawn either. The pawn is perfect right where it is. The pawn is perfect right where it is. Let's zoom in, guys, because this is going to be the tense moment. Pietro has 30 seconds, guys. Let's zoom in. You know what? You guys don't need to see my face for right now. We're going to zoom in, give you guys the best look at seeing Pietro live at the chessboard. Will he play rook d5? Will he play rook c8? Oh, knight d4. Not the best move. Let's analyze, ladies and gentlemen. Let's analyze. Knight d4. What is this? Why did he play knight d4? Not the best move. if he plays knight d4. Can his opponent take this pawn? Yes, guys, he's given him an opportunity to take the pawn. Okay, it's still winning, but it's not as winning. You know, in this position, what I would try and do is I would promote the pawn. If you promote the pawn, you win the game. What he wants is that if king takes, he's going to play knight b5, winning this. But he missed that his opponent has bishop to d6. And now this is, again, it's a winning endgame. He's up 2 pawns, but like, why? Why would you give up the pawn? There's no point. Guys, he has made a slight mistake. This is not the best move. But again, it's still winning. Luckily for him, it is still winning. But his opponent blunders. His opponent plays king to d1. What is this? Okay, funny enough, his best move is actually just to go back. Or knight b5. Either move is good. Let's watch Pietro live. What will he play? This is why I did not like knight to d4. Because also his king does not have to take the pawn on d2. He plays rook d7? What? Pietro, what are you doing, my friend? The time control is getting to him. What is rook d7? This is no good. But his advantage is falling, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the analysis board. Advantage is falling. Because rook takes d7, king takes d7. He just blundered his pawn. What is he doing? Guys, what is he doing? Okay, I guess he has knight f3, but like, come on. This is not as good as we had before. We had a pawn. The pawn was amazing. Now the pawn is no longer in the attack. Guys, I think he has blundered here. I don't like this. I don't like this. What is rook d7? Why would you trade the rooks? I guess yeah, maybe the time control got to him. He did not see the clear win, and so he decided. Who has more ELO, me or Pietro? It is me at the moment. Yeah, I'm a little bit, I wouldn't say a little bit, a decent bit above Pietro in the rating, but also Pietro is a strong player in his own right, you know? He can win this endgame. But yeah, I don't think it's the best move. He can't slow down, guys. He can't slow down. He had 20 seconds on his clock. He had to play a move. He was low on time. His opponent takes. Yeah, now his opponent's going to punish him. Rook takes, king takes. Now his opponent is probably just going to take the pawn. Let's zoom in. Now Pietro has 1 minute and 25 seconds. He has to make 2 more moves till the time control. 2 more moves and he'll get 30 extra minutes. I think he got nervous near the time control. That is what people do. They make blunders during the time control. But his opponent can just take the pawn now. And now Pietro has to win the game again. He already had the game won, and now he has to re-win the game again. Guys, Pietro is not converting, ideally. This will be very sad if Pietro does not win the game. He has had so many chances to win the game. So many chances. Yeah, Pietro, don't get flustered, but like at the same time, like it's psychologically hard when you feel like you're winning. He should have won this game around like 10 moves ago. And when you like just can't find the knockout blow, it makes it very difficult. The previous 2 games, he drew the previous 2 games. It looks like, I mean, if Pietro doesn't find the knockout, he might draw this game as well. Pietro, you have to win, my friend. And yeah, now king takes d2. I don't love it, but knight f3 is coming. I think knight f3 keeps the advantage. He's lucky he has knight f3. Knight b5 is also better, but then you're only up 1 pawn. And he plays knight to f3 check, a triple fork between the king and the pawns. And now Pietro only has 1 more move to play until the time control. And after he takes one of the pawns, he is going to be extra 30 minutes up on the clock. So he is going to be 2 pawns up. Are you a GM? Not yet. Maybe soon. Hopefully. Not quite a GM. I'm like 2350 on chess.com. His opponent plays king e2 and Pietro gets to the time control. You can see, we will zoom in just to show you guys he has... Oh, this clock adds time once the time falls, I think. Is there... Wait, guys, there should be a 30-minute extra, right? If not, that would be crazy. But yeah, he takes the pawn. He now is up 2 points of material. Yeah, bishop b2. The problem is it's kind of difficult. Don't go here. This would be a blunder because rook d1 wins the game. Because then he goes here. And after knight to c6, you have bishop takes g7. So he's only going to be up 1 pawn. He might have missed this. That bishop g2 and bishop takes. Guys, I'm going to predict it now. I don't think Pietro's winning this game. I don't think Pietro's winning this game. I think he let his chances slip very badly when he did not do it. Guys, he had to take his moment with the pawn. When we were all pushing the pawn together, we were urging him forward. And now, unfortunately, Pietro, I think, has made a big mistake. Okay, now his opponent played rook d7, which is not the best move. Pietro has the advantage again. Guys, Pietro has to play king to c6, bring the king into the center, and now his king activity could win him the game. Pietro plays king c6. Confident, let's go. His opponent, guys, what is this guy doing? He's 1900 feet. He's making mistakes like, whew. You have to believe. Yes, you are right. Let's believe in Pietro. Let's go. Let's urge Pietro onwards. Can he get the victory? Let's go. Pietro is now better again, -3. Guys, this computer is going down and then up and then down and then up and then down and then up. But now, Pietro is winning again. Why is he winning? Because the rook is under attack. If you go rook to b6, I go king to d5. Now you have no more checks because of my pawn, and my king is defending my knight. So if you go bishop b2, I go knight c4, forking the bishop and the rook, and now it's time to resign. You are going to lose this endgame. What is his opponent going to play? He just blundered. Why would you go rook b7? Bishop b2 is so easy. Maybe he missed that rook b8. He has rook d1. Probably missed it. But yeah, bishop b2 just wins the pawn. But not to be. Not to be. Rook to b7. Let's promote this. How many variations do we have? Yeah, there we go. Now it's the main line. He's playing rook b6. Okay, guys, I'm not gonna lie. He's literally helping Pietro play the best moves. Like, Pietro wants to go here. Why is he helping him? Maybe he thinks rook d6, but then king e4. And the king is perfectly safe right here. Perfectly safe. And if you go bishop b2, what does he want? Rook d4? No problem. We can hide this way. G5 is the best move. G5 so that after rook d4, you do not have rook f4. Winning the knight. Very, very logical. King d5. And Pietro plays king d5. Let's go. Oh, he blunders. His opponent blunders. Again and again. Guys, his opponent is blundering a lot. Maybe he's nervous. You know, Pietro, kind of famous guy. You know what I mean? When you're playing against a streamer, YouTuber, you get a little bit nervous. I can understand it. Tempo line throwback. Of course, guys. I'm bringing the energy. You know, I'm going to be myself. You know, I'm the commentator here. But, you know, for everybody in Pietro's chat, if you don't know me, my name is Tempo Lion. I'm another content creator. Bringing the hype, bringing the energy here for you guys. Bringing the top level commentary. And now his opponent goes rook b7. What is this guy doing? Guys, rook b7. What is this? He's threatening this, but this is not really a threat because the knight is defending. At least go for rook d6. Like, come on. Let's zoom in on the board. Let's see what Pietro is doing. Pietro has 2 minutes left, but I think he has extra time. And he plays g6. Guys, what is... g6 is the third best move. I personally like rook c8 a lot better. Right? I want to play rook c8. Get my rook in the game. Activate your pieces. He plays g6. Defensive waiting move. He wants to see what his opponent's going to do, and he's also getting his pawns on the light squares. When your opponent has a dark squared bishop, you want all of your pawns to be on the light squares. And his opponent plays bishop to b2. Now, you can actually trade this, funny enough. You don't have to do anything. You could play rook c8 to threaten this, because after rook c8, bishop takes, king takes, rook takes f7, you are winning after rook c5 because you're taking this pawn. It does look a little tough, but after this, you play king f6, attack the rook, and take this, and you're up 2 pawns, completely winning rook endgame. But not to be. Let's see what happens. Bishop to b2. We had g6. Let's go back in the board. This is intense. Yes, very intense moments. And what has been played here, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry, bishop b2 was not played. He played rook to b7, g6, bishop b2, f6. Now we are back. We see some of the games behind them are finishing. That's how you know we've been out here for a long time. f6 was a fine move. You're just defending the knight and getting the rook like away from any of these attackers, but he's got to play more aggressive, guys. Aggressive chess wins games. Rook c8. Take the open file, please. Guys, open file. Spam open file in the chat. What is in Pietro's ear? It is a earplug so that he doesn't hear anything, because sometimes it could be distracting hearing like all the other players playing and stuff like that. So he has earplugs in. Or maybe hearing aids. I don't think so though. I think it's earplugs. Probably earplugs. Pietro, vamonos, let's go. Pietro's too scared to lose any pawns. Yeah, I agree. I think Pietro had at least 3 moments in the game where he could have given up at least 1 pawn to get a completely winning position. Pietro, that is one thing he needs to work on. He needs to work on giving up the pawns. All right, his opponent plays bishop takes. Interesting. So he shouldn't double his pawns. He should take with the king, of course. Will Pietro take with the king? And now this endgame is just winning. He's up 2 pawns. But his opponent's going to play rook b6. Right, he's basically trying to say that if you move your rook, I'm going to take this and I have compensation. Which probably is enough. Actually, no, it's not. Because he has rook c2, take the pawn, and then play here. So Pietro's winning no matter what. Like, this endgame is just winning. Like, no matter what you do. You can push the pawns, or you can move the rook and check the king. Like, anything is winning here. Pietro's completely winning, ladies and gentlemen. And I predicted it. His opponent plays rook b6 officially. What will Pietro do? Open files. I would just give up. Excuse me. I would just give up this pawn. Literally just play rook c8, give up the pawn, and go for this. This is winning because you can always get your pawn, your rook behind this pawn to stop it. And your king is never exposed to any checks because your pawns are basically like a shield. Will Pietro find it? I'm not going to lie. Judging by how Pietro plays, he's not going to play rook c8. Because he does not like giving up pawns. But g5 and f5 are good moves too. g5 and f5 are good. He plays g5, which according to the engine is the best move. So, completely fine. No need to play this crazy stuff. I like a little bit of craziness because I like to play more aggressive. But, yeah, Pietro's playing well. g5 is a good move. In a tournament, I would probably also play g5. They're both low on time. Both under 2 minutes. I think there's no 30-minute increment, guys. Because these guys are going all out. They did not get 30 minutes added to the clock. His opponent has 1 minute, and Pietro has 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You can see Rachel over there is also watching the game. Her game is still intense. His opponent plays king to e3. Let's analyze. King to e3. I mean, doesn't really do much. Just go f5, f4. Completely winning. Tempo line, you should collab with Pietro. Guys, I'll hit Pietro up, hopefully. If he likes my commentary, we can get a collab in. I love it, dude. Just push f5. Yes, f5. Vamonos! Pietro plays f5. Guys, no 30 minutes. I'm surprised just like you. I thought there was 30 minutes. In the Grenke Open that I was commentating last week for Hannah, there was 30 minutes. Here, there's no 30-minute increment. They are playing back-to-back. Pietro has 1 minute. His opponent has 2 minutes. What is going to happen? Pietro is completely winning, though, guys. He's up 2 pawns in a rook endgame. This should be an easy win, technically. But anything can happen. Especially if he loses 1 pawn. Rook endgames are very tricky. Genuinely, rook b8 is probably the only blunder here. His opponent plays king f3. Now, guys, best move, rook to c8. I've been begging Pietro to play rook c8 for the past so many moves because you can give up this pawn. Because now you have so many threats. You can play rook c3 check, rook c2 to threaten some checks. Anything is winning here. Even rook c5 is winning. But rook c2 is the easiest probably because you're attacking this. And if he plays h3, you have g4. Boom. H takes g4, h takes king e3, rook g2 winning the pawn. And now you have 3 connected passed pawns. At that point, you can even sacrifice the rook once it gets all the way down the board. Let's go back to the live position. Will he play rook c8? What? Rook a7? Pietro, my friend, what are you doing? Rook a7? That's so passive. Stop being passive. Be active. Believe in yourself. When you have confidence and you believe in yourself, you can play moves like rook c8. And guys, I'm not just saying rook c8 because, you know, I'm a crazy guy. The engine says rook c8 is the best move. Engine says rook c8 is the best move. Genuinely. So he has to give up this pawn. If he sits defending this pawn, it's hard to break through. Like, then you have to play f4, but you still need your rook. What is his opponent going to play? Let's zoom in again. Guys, we're going zoom in, zoom out. Zoom in, zoom out. His opponent has 50 seconds. He plays rook c6, waiting move. His opponent is also waiting, right? He's waiting for Pietro to prove his advantage. Now he can go rook c8, go rook b7. Rook b7, rook d7 are winning. g4 is also winning. g4, rook b7, rook d7, all winning moves. Come on, Pietro. We are supporting you in the chat. You got this, bro. Win this game. Believe in yourself. Sacrifice a pawn. Come on. Only a true genius can win this position. You are a true genius. Sacrifice the pawn. Ah, he doesn't do it. Pietro, my friend, what are you doing? Ah, he plays king e5. Guys, he is keeping us on the edge of our seat because the funny thing is the position is still winning. He could do whatever he wants. But, like, you know, some people want him to win quicker, right? Let's play the best moves. We always want to find the best way because the longer you keep your opponent in the game, the more chances you have to make a mistake. His opponent obviously goes rook b6. Okay, I think I see his idea. His idea is just going to be, like, to play e5. But it's not the best idea. You actually want your king on e5 to play g4 and f5. f5. Now we are waiting. What is Pietro's plan? Probably e5. I mean, realistically, it's e5. That's, like, his whole plan here. But it's not the best plan, but it still wins. Computer says best move is to go back. And Pietro pushes. He's obviously not going to go back. He's still -4. Still completely winning. Move that rook. This rook is, guys, it's so dead. When you're playing endgames, #1 thing is rook activity in a rook endgame. Pietro does not know about rook activity. His rook is so inactive. Luckily, his pawns are very active. And his king is very active. Guys, Pietro. Okay, rook a6. Okay. Now, I think his opponent is going to help him get his rook out. Because if he loses this pawn, then his rook can finally get out. Best move here, guys, is g4 or rook b7. Please, just play rook b7 or rook c7. Pietro, come on. We believe in you. Just give up this pawn, bro. Fade this pawn and win the game. Pietro plays g4. Still winning, but not the best move. 2 minutes or 1 minute. People are asking in the chat. Let's zoom in. His opponent has 1 minute and 20 seconds. Pietro has 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I mean, yes, like, the rook is defending, but his opponent plays king e3. Rook b7, guys, please. Rook b7. Why is this winning? Because rook b7, you give up the pawn, but then you play rook b3 check. And after king f2, this is easy. You just put your rook behind the pawn and you push. You push and then you play rook a2 and then your king comes in and you mate this guy. Very, very easy win here. Technically a very, very easy win, but Pietro is just scared. He's scared. If he takes this pawn, like, this is also just dead winning. You can even just take this pawn. Or no, king e4 to defend this. And after rook h6, you just go rook b2, king f1, even king f. Like, this is so easy. So easy now. This completely wins the game. Pietro is thinking, will he play rook b7? I mean, he's probably got to realize at this point, right? This pawn is lost. So, like, activate your rook. I mean, he might play here, which might also be okay. No, this actually loses the advantage because pushing is, oh, you can't take because of the king. And now this would lose all the advantage. So, Pietro, do not do this. What? He plays king b5. Oh, no. Chat. Oh, chat. Pietro has lost his advantage. Pietro has lost his advantage. But luckily, his opponent blundered. His opponent had rook f6, and then this pawn is much better to win. But Pietro's just blundering. His only move is rook f7. Which he plays, but, like, now it's so inactive, guys. It's so, he just literally gave up a pawn for nothing. Yeah, under time pressure, it's hard, right? He's feeling the pressure, he's feeling the nerves, but like, guys, this endgame is pretty like simple, right? Rook activity, he knows. Like, if you ask him what is the #1 most important thing in a rook endgame, he's gonna say rook activity. If your rook is active, like, he knows this, like, he knows the concept. It's just when you're under time pressure, you make mistakes and you're not able to, you know, really understand the best moves. Okay, he goes rook h6. Guys, Pietro, I think he's kind of cooked here. His best move is king d5. He is never finding this move in time pressure. And he plays king b5. Guys, Pietro just blundered again because rook e6. Guys, Pietro's going to make a video on this, how he sold the game. He had a win. Easy win. But now after e4, rook e5 check, like, the pawn is defended and you're just not winning. Guys, I want to trust the process, but like, you know, it pains me when a player is completely winning. He earned this game, but he just let his opponent off the hook. Now this is a draw, guys. He has no way to break through. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. So many ways to win. So many ways to win. Pietro played too passive this game. Many times he had the opportunity to be active, and he's just too passive. Wow, he plays f4, but this is no good because king f2. King f2. I mean, even takes is still a draw. Because king f2, and you lose this pawn, but then rook g6. You lose this pawn. And now this is a theoretically drawn endgame. Guys, this is a theoretical draw now. Look at the engine. It's saying 0. It's a theoretical draw. I don't even see how his opponent can mess this up. Because, like, you lose this pawn, but it's fine. Because you're just going to attack this, and you have a passed pawn of your own. The king is always stopping this. You can sacrifice the rook at the right moment. The pawn is promoting. The only thing that's good is that he's going to use his king to support this pawn. And that could become a little bit problematic, but the pawn is not far enough up the board. And his opponent doesn't even take. He plays the best move, king f2, because now this is still a weakness. You have to play rook f5, I guess. But after rook f5, rook g6, and this pawn is lost either way. A draw is better than a loss, I guess. Yeah, a draw is definitely better than a loss. Wait, we have 1,200 viewers? What just happened? Oh, Pietro just got raided by someone on Twitch. Let's go. Welcome everybody in the chat. We are watching Pietro. Unfortunately, he is selling this game. He was completely winning, but now his opponent is fiddling down into a drawn endgame. 1,200 viewers. This is crazy. What? I'm going to take a picture of this. I've never had 1,200 live viewers. What is up, everybody in the chat? Let's go. 1,200 viewers. All right. Let's see what happens. Pietro plays king b6. Now his opponent is thinking, guys, this is just a theoretical draw here. I mean, his opponent's best move is rook g5. Just attack the weak pawn. But even this is still good. His opponent is down a pawn. But Pietro has chances here, guys. Don't get me wrong. Pietro, it's not over. Pietro can still survive. 1,200, maybe it's a glitch on Twitch. It might be a glitch because I didn't even get anything about somebody rating us. Yeah, it says 26. On my screen, it says 1,200. I swear to you, 1,231 is what it says. It says that he has 1,200 viewers on Twitch. Oh, yeah, on Twitch. On Twitch, he has 1,200, not on YouTube. Hey, what's up, everybody on Twitch? Yo, say hi in the chat if y'all are rating from somewhere. Let's see. Pietro checkmate on Twitch. Let me know, because nobody on Twitch is using the chat. I'm only seeing the YouTube chat. Where's everybody at on Twitch? What's up, everybody? My name is Tempo Lion, and I am commentating on this matchup between Pietro and a 1900. Pietro was winning, but now it is fiddled down into a draw, unfortunately, and his opponent is showing good technique, playing rook g5, attacking this pawn right here on g4. It's not looking good for Pietro, guys. He was completely winning. Let me just go back a couple moves. Let me make this the main line, and then I will go back a couple moves. Right here, He was completely winning, -3. And then, while he had the opportunity to bring his rook into the game, he did not take it, and he played way too passive. And then he pushed the pawns, and he started blundering. Here was his last chance to play rook b7, but he didn't want to give up this pawn, and because he didn't give up the pawn, the game is a draw after a couple more moves. But let's see. Pietro is still thinking. Pietro is on the move. What will he do? Let's even zoom in for everybody watching. Let's zoom in so that y'all can get a little bit of a closer look. Pietro's got 1 minute and 20 seconds. His opponent also has 1 minute and 20 seconds. What will Pietro do? He's going to play this endgame for a while, guys, because he does have an outside pass pawn, which is good. But this is a theoretical draw. But let's believe in Pietro. Let's get some W's in the chat for Pietro. Let's go, Pietro. Pietro checkmate. Let's go. Pietro is 1 point out of 2 in the first 2 rounds. This is the third game. He is playing against a 1900 FIDE. He has just played pawn takes, and king takes is on the board. Unfortunately, guys, he is going to lose this pawn. So his opponent is going to have an H pass pawn. He is going to have an A pass pawn. And this is unfortunately going to fiddle out into a draw. They both get 30 seconds increment on every single move. So although they are both at 1 minute on the clock, neither of them are probably going to flag. Okay, Pietro pushes his pawn, which is a good idea. Like, you should be trying to promote your pawn first. There is a world where his opponent blunders, guys. There is a world where his opponent blunders. Thank you to everybody who's still watching the stream. I really appreciate it. Pietro is playing round 3 of the Grenke Open. You guys probably came from another channel, so I appreciate whoever rated us. Thank you so much. My name is Tempo Lion, commentating on Pietro's games. Rook takes g4 on the board. Let's go. Let's bring the hype. Let's bring the energy. We have been streaming for over 4 hours, but we are still watching the intense last moments of Pietro's game. Can he squeeze out a win like Magnus Carlsen, or will this fizzle out into a draw? What do we think, guys? He will win. I believe. I believe in Pietro. Let's go. Go, Pietro. He plays king b5. I mean, makes sense. He's supporting it, but I mean, it's an easy draw. Realistically, it's an easy draw. Like, they both push. The rook can always get behind the pawn and stop it, and then the king and the pawn will promote as well. Come on, Pietro. You got supporters. We still got 300 people still watching. Let's go. Most people I've ever had watching one of my streams, so I appreciate you guys tuning in, supporting Pietro. Let's go. He asked me to commentate, and I was like, let's go. Let's do it. Y'all may have seen me in Beat the Trash Talker. I make YouTube shorts, TikTok, Instagram. Pietro is another content creator. He also makes long form and short form content. Pietro is the GOAT. We are supporting him in the Grenke Open. You can also see another streamer, Rachel, in the back. She's also playing her game. I'm sure she's also streaming this. So let's support all of our streamers. Let's go. Pietro, W Pietro in the chat. Even though he has lost a lot of his advantage, he's playing against a strong player. This guy's 150 points above him. His opponent is playing very well in the endgame. So his opponent has played a move, pawn to h4. We're giving you guys the live updates. Let's go. We believe in Pietro. Pietro's pawn is a little bit further ahead, so he's slightly better. I would disagree. I mean, the position's very drawn. Like, the idea here is you literally just go behind this pawn and sacrifice for the pawn once your king and your pawn are a little bit further, and the rook can't stop the pawn on its own. That's like, you know, the theoretical way to draw. But also his rook is cutting off this king. So it's kind of hard. Like, if his opponent just stays here and you push the pawn like too far, he can easily just stop it. Okay, Pietro pushes. His opponent also pushes. There is a world where his opponent blunders. Like, this is not the easiest draw if his opponent doesn't know the theoretical draw here. He got an advantage through a good opening. He played it with black to Alapin. Okay, Pietro's pushing. Keep going. If his opponent pushes, he loses the game, guys. If his opponent pushes the pawn, he loses the game. Guys, pushing the pawn loses. Because then, he has no way to stop this pawn. This is very possible to blunder, but also, like, his opponent's probably not going to blunder. But we believe. His opponent plays not a6, but he plays king h4. Which is better because the rook now is not blocked by the king and it can get back. What would I play here? I mean, a2 is good, but it's like tough. Even if you go king a4, I mean, his opponent could waste time here. But let's see, is this win? Oh, even this is a draw, unfortunately. Yeah, because you have no way to stop this, right? So he can just push and you can't do anything. Because after check, like, there's nothing to be done here. Alright, let's go back to the live position. King h4. What has happened? Pietro has pushed. His opponent has played rook to g1. Pietro is going king to b5. Unfortunately, this is probably going to fizzle out into a draw, guys. Very easy draw is literally just to sack the rook. But he doesn't even have to. He could keep the rook here for a while. But then Pietro has a chance to go king here, and rook here, and rook here. So, but then you have this and this. So it's a draw no matter what. Pretty much a draw no matter what. What will his opponent do? What is the easiest draw? I mean, you could... Don't do this, though. This blunders the game away. So, his opponent could blunder that. Will he blunder? No, he doesn't. He plays rook a1. He probably already calculated this. He probably realized that this position is just easily drawing. And yeah, this is probably going to be GG. So, yeah, guys, check out Pietro's channel. Check out my channel at Tempo Lion on YouTube. Definitely show some support to all the people involved. King to b3. We're going to get king to b2, but this is just a very simple draw. What is the name of the opponent? I believe it is Johannes. Johannes is a 1900 from Germany. Pietro, you can do it. I don't think there's much to squeeze out of this position, guys, unfortunately. His opponent's about to sacrifice the rook. I mean, it's not really a great sacrifice. It just, you know, it's a draw, but... Yeah, well played by Pietro. Great fight, but his opponent was able to hold on in the end with his superior endgame technique. Pietro has got to practice his conversion skills in the endgames, because he was up 2 pawns. A rook and 2 pawns is more than enough to win the game. Pietro plays rook f2. Defending this, so I guess he's hoping that his king will be able to run back in time, but I mean, if I was his opponent, I would just push. Pretty simple, like, you just push as well. What is the time control? I mean, they both have like around 2 minutes left, I believe, on the clock. Here, let's zoom in, let's take a closer look for the audience. 1 minute 40 for Pietro, 1 minute 40 for his opponent. They both have enough time, though. Like, they get 30 extra seconds on every single move. And the end game is pretty easy to draw. Levy would be proud of the rook sacrifice. I don't think so. Because this is not, like, the greatest rook sacrifice. If you know your end games, this is an easy draw. Yep, his opponent pushes the pawn. Looks correct. I mean, at this point, if I were Pietro, I would just play king to b2, let him take the pawn, and then just play rook a2 and give the rook up. At this point, there's not much. You can see his opponent from his body language. He knows that he has survived. He lucked out in this game today. Pietro. A lot to learn from this game, guys. A lot to learn. Pietro will definitely go over it in his recap, so definitely check it out. It was a good game, but he should have won. He had a lot of chances. Out of the opening, he was better. He was -3, even -4 at one point, according to the engine. And yeah, he gave it up. by trying to go too far into the endgame. Sometimes, you know, you shouldn't be going for an endgame if you don't know how to win the endgame, you know? You should only go for an endgame if you know it's winning, and you know how to win it. Not just you know it's winning, but you know how to win it. Very important. Pietro plays check. Doesn't really do much. His opponent goes king f3. Is he just going to go for a perpetual? We're going to see a handshake very soon, ladies and gentlemen. I am almost certain of it. I think they're both realizing that this is just a dead draw. He plays rook to a2. His opponent's going to play probably king g7. Or will Pietro be the one to sacrifice the rook first? Just for the memes. For the memes, sacrifice the rook, chat, for the culture. I mean, or you could just go king b2, but... all paths lead to Rome. And Rome is unfortunately a draw for Pietro today. And I'm saying unfortunately, you know, it's still a good result. You know, his opponent's 1900, 150 points higher rated than Pietro. But for those of you who have been tuned in for the whole game, you guys know that this is a tragedy. Pietro was winning many, many times. He plays king to b2. His opponent is about to sacrifice the rook, and he sacrifices it. Pietro takes. His opponent's about to push. We are about to get a handshake very soon, ladies and gentlemen. h7 on the board. It was a good effort. It was a good effort by Pietro. I mean, you know, can't ask for more of an entertaining game. That had ups and downs and drama. Unfortunately, it ended very peacefully in a draw, but until next time, he will reminisce on this one, but, you know, it's important as a chess player to forget, right? Even though you had winning chances, every new game is a new start. Every day is a new game, and Pietro takes the pawn. His opponent takes the rook. We are left with king and king as we reach 1,000 messages today in the chat. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. We see a handshake. It is a draw between Pietro and his opponent, Johannes, 1900 from Germany. It was definitely a fun one, guys. Let's go back and recap a little bit before we turn off the stream. But it started as a Sicilian Alpin. We're going to go through it very quickly, and then it transposed into a French. GG's in the chat. His opponent sacrificed a pawn out of the opening. But maybe he should have sacrificed two. He should have played bishop e3 to gain the advantage. But his opponent gave up the advantage. And Pietro, very early from the opening, got an advantage. Traded the knights. And kept pushing his advantage. Then he got another pawn. He was up 2 pawns for very little compensation. And after bishop d4, I mean, the position's just better. He could have castled here. He played rook f8. You can see Pietro's talking to his opponent. You know, both nice guys, so at the end of the day. And here, Pietro, key moment. He should not have traded the bishop. His bishop is a monster. He should have played knight c6 or rook c8, but he gave up the bishop. Oh, sorry. Did not mean to go all the way to the end, but he gave up the bishop for the knight, unfortunately. Let's go back. He gave up the bishop for the knight, which is a mistake. But then he wanted to trade all the pieces because he's up 2 pawns, but his opponent had a chance to play b5 and gain a lot more space. But after this, bishop d4, his opponent missed the last chance to equalize the game. And here, Pietro traded the queens, up 2 pawns. He played pretty well here. Needed to play a little bit more actively, but the position was winning at all points. And after here, we really thought Pietro was going to win. He's -5. But he could not find, he only had a minute on the clock. He could not find the best move, rook to d5 or rook to c8. He had to promote this pawn, but instead he went for tactics. If his opponent takes, he goes for knight b5, but his opponent doesn't have to take. And now after rook d7, a big blunder, trading the rooks and giving his opponent a pawn back. But he gets that pawn. His opponent had bishop b2. You guys can see there's so many up and downs. Like, I'm literally just trying to recap. There's so many up and downs. His opponent blunders. His king gets active. Pietro's winning once again. Endgame is winning, but then Pietro misses the chance to play rook to c8 and bring the rook into the game. He was too scared of giving up his pawn. And finally, Pietro, you can see he is reflecting on his game right there. Pietro had the win. Now Pietro's 1.5 out of 3, and this endgame fizzled out into a draw where both players sacrificed their rooks for the pawns, and we got king versus king. So that is your recap for today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me. Tempo Line here. Check me out on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, or on Twitch. I also stream on Twitch at Tempo Line, the Tempo Line. So Pietro did great today, but hopefully in the next round he can get a dub. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, and see you next time.